What do you do when the shadows of your past eclipse the glory of your present? The Evocati, a name reverberating through the ages like the clashing of swords in a blood-soaked arena, these elite veterans of Rome are not mere soldiers, they are living legacies of glory and torment, defenders of an empire that chews up its heroes and spits them out as forgotten dust. But what happens when loyalty morphs into betrayal, when honor is a shackle instead of a shield? Imagine this, a veteran turned mercenary, a man whose scars tell tales louder than the clanging of 1,000 swords, discovers a conspiracy that could bring the empire to its knees. The emperor, a puppet on the strings of ambition and greed, stands alone amidst whispers of rebellion, while his most trusted warriors plot in the shadows, their eyes glinting with the thrill of insurrection. Is it madness or enlightenment that drives them? A thirst for power? Or something far more sinister? Every battle they fought, every drop of blood spilled, led them here, to a moment where the line between enemy and ally blurs. Do they defend a crumbling empire, or do they cut the strings and watch it fall? As the dawn breaks over the Colosseum, the air crackles with tension. Will they save Rome, or will they be the architects of its demise? A mysterious figure emerges, cloaked in darkness, offering a tantalizing promise, the chance to rewrite history. But at what cost? What if the weapon they wielded against their enemies was forged from the very bones of their kin? As laughter turns to screams, and friendship to treachery, the Evocati must navigate a labyrinth of deceit where every turn could spell their doom. Trust is a knife, it can cut deep or slice through the bonds that hold them together. And time? Time is a ticking bomb. With every heartbeat, the weight of their choices presses down like a Roman siege engine, crushing the remnants of loyalty. In the bustling streets of ancient Rome, where merchants hawk their goods beside assassins lurking in the shadows, secrets lie like mines waiting to explode. One wrong step, one careless whisper, and the empire they swore to protect could become their funeral pyre. The clock is ticking. The stakes? Everything. To be an evocatus is to exist in a world where morality is flexible, and the only certainty is chaos. Will they rise to the occasion, or fall into the abyss of their own design? Loyalty is dead, betrayal breathes. And in the heart of it all lies a riddle waiting to be solved, a dark comedy woven into the fabric of destiny. So, what will it be, brave soul? Stand idly by as the empire crumbles, or join the ranks of those who reshape fate with blood and grit? The choice is an electrifying spark in the night, and the only certainty is that once you enter this world, there's no turning back. The cold bite of iron clashed against the flesh, the sound of clanging metal rang like a death knell in the dark of night. Shadows danced in flickering torchlight, revealing grim, hardened faces of men on the brink of transformation. This was not a mere gathering of soldiers, it was a crucible, where fear and honor ignited a fire that could either forge a blade of glory or leave ashes of despair. I remember the scent of sweat and the taste of blood, the palpable tension hanging thick in the air, the kind of tension that gnaws at your soul, your very being. Marcus stood at the forefront of it all, his heart a tempest of doubt and fear. He had wanted to be a soldier, to be someone, the hero in a story that sang of bravery and conquests. But now, as he gripped his gladius, it felt heavier than ever, a relentless weight that threatened to crush his resolve. Would he become the instrument of glory or a tool of tyranny? The faces of his comrades twisted in the firelight, each was a mirror of his own trepidations, each heartbeat echoing the same question, would their courage be enough? Beside him, Aurelia, the fierce daughter of a fallen general, stood with eyes that burned like coals. She had watched her father die in a battle that should have been a triumph, and with that loss, the laughter of her childhood had faded into a haunting silence. Now, she yearned for vengeance, but there was a darkness creeping in, whispering that the line between vengeance and madness was as thin as a whisper. "We fight not just for Rome, but for the memories," she muttered, her voice barely rising above the crackle of the flames, a lament-turned battle cry. And then there was Lucius, the jester in the army, who wore laughter like a shield. He thrived on humor to mask the ache of his heart, the fear of becoming another nameless soldier lost in the annals of history. "War is merely a game of chance," he would say with a grin, but inside, the fear gnawed at him like a pestilence, a deep-rooted certainty that each gamble carried a cost. As he cracked a joke about their enemies' unfortunate grooming habits, a hollow laugh echoed back at him, and he felt the weight of 1,000 unshed tears. In the chaos of their fears, the sound of a distant horn blasted through the dense night air. It was a call to arms, a beckoning to step into the maw of the beast. They were not just soldiers, they were becoming vessels of an empire, a machine cranking to life, each gear oiled by sweat and blood. The structure of the Roman military was emerging, a grotesque yet breathtaking amalgamation of discipline, camaraderie, and relentless ambition. Each soldier was a gear, each legion a mechanism, grinding toward conquest, their hopes and dreams interwoven like the very fabric of the empire they served. "Remember your training," Marcus urged, though inside he questioned if he could remember his own name when the blood-soaked earth swallowed him whole. The tension coiled tighter around them, a noose of fate waiting to snap. They moved as one, a wave crashing against the shoreline of history, each footstep echoing the heartbeats of countless souls who had tread the same path. "First, we crush their spirits," Aurelia declared, gripping her sword, the moonlight reflecting off its edge like a promise of death. "Then, their bodies." The firelight flickered, casting shadows that twisted and turned, whispering secrets of battles past. Ghosts of fallen warriors lingered, their cries for justice entwined with the howls of wind. It was a haunting melody, a symphony of valor and violence that echoed through time. As the army drew closer to the battlefield, the air thickened with the weight of unspoken fears. I remember the first clash, the raw sound of metal meeting metal, the visceral reality that struck like lightning. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the cries of the dying wrapped around them like a shroud. In that instant, Marcus, Aurelia, and Lucius were no longer mere warriors, they were thrust into the crucible of history where every heartbeat mattered, where every breath could be their last. In the turmoil, Marcus found himself face to face with the enemy, a man with a haunted gaze, reminiscent of his own. They were not so different, both clutching swords, both terrified yet resolute. Time slowed, he could almost feel the tremor in the air, the weight of fate hanging in the balance. And then, as if guided by the hands of fate, their swords clashed. Fear and adrenaline surged through him like wildfire, an intoxicating blend that threatened to consume him whole. Aurelia fought fiercely, her movements a dance of death, her heart pounding with the rhythm of vengeance. She struck down another foe, her breath ragged, adrenaline coursing through her veins. Each kill was a step toward reclaiming her father's honor, yet with each strike, she felt a piece of herself fracture, a ghost of innocence lost. "What have I become?" she cried, echoing in the chaos, as the battlefield around her blurred into a whirlwind of blood and screams. And Lucius, with his laughter turned to sobs, found himself torn between humor and horror. He had wanted to be the light in the darkness, but as he stumbled over fallen bodies, the reality of his comrade's fate splashed across the ground, laughter turned to ash in his mouth. "This was not the game I signed up for," he muttered through clenched teeth, his heart hammering in his chest. Each joke was a reminder of the absurdity of their plight, a futile rebellion against the oncoming tide. The battlefield was a dark theater, and the stakes were high, lives hung in the balance like pendulums in the void of time. The tension pulsed, and in that moment, the world shrank to the beat of their hearts. Here in the chaos, a new structure was being forged, not just of ranks and formations, but of unbreakable bonds of shared trauma and collective resilience, a military born not just of iron and blood but of human souls ignited in the crucible of war. As the night deepened, the ghosts of the past sang their lullabies, and through the chaos, the true evolution of the Roman military began to take shape, not just in strategy and structure, but within the hearts of Marcus, Aurelia, and Lucius. They would emerge from this night transformed, not just as soldiers, but as the architects of an empire, molded by the fires of conflict and bound by the threads of their shared fate. And just as the dawn began to break, casting a pale light over the remnants of the battle, they knew it was not the end, but merely the beginning. The echoes of their screams mingled with the cries of the fallen, a reminder that history does not merely unfold, it is forged in fire and blood, in the hearts of those brave enough to stand at the edge of oblivion and fight. The cycle would continue, the weight of their choices pressing down upon them, and with every pulse of the earth beneath their feet, they would move forward, forever intertwined, each step a testament to the origins of a military that would echo through the ages. The darkness of the amphitheater is a living thing, breathing. The air is thick with the scent of sweat, fear, and the metallic tang of blood. Somewhere in the distance, a lion roars, a chilling reminder of what's at stake. The crowd is a restless sea of faces, a tapestry woven with anticipation and dread. You can feel the pulse of the crowd, the anxious whispers that weave through the throng, like ghosts whispering of slaughter. In the center, the Evocati stand, a paradox of might and vulnerability. Marcus, with his broad shoulders and weathered hands, glances down at his fellow warriors. He remembers the boy he was, hiding in shadows, dreaming of glory but haunted by whispers of cowardice. Now, as he faces the tumultuous roar of the crowd, the weight of expectation crushes him. "Remember why you fight," he tells himself, but even his own words feel hollow, echoing against the stone walls of his heart. Beside him, Lucius shivers, though the night is warm. The flickering torches cast long shadows, painting him as a spectre of doubt. He swallows hard, his mind churns with memories, his family's laughter, the soft touch of his mother's hand, all stripped away by the relentless tide of duty. What if? The thought lingers, a noose tightening around his throat. He was once a soldier, sure, but now? Now, he's just a man, standing on the precipice of fear and fate. "Do you hear that?" Marcus whispers, a tremor in his voice. The roar of the crowd rises, crashing against them like waves battering a ship. They want blood. They always want blood, Lucius murmurs, his voice barely a breath. In that moment, he is both terrified and exhilarated. The Evocati, once elite warriors, now feel the pressure of expectation crushing their spirit. The shadows of their past loom large over them, and they are caught between the ghosts of who they were and the monsters they are becoming. Behind them stands Claudia, her heart racing like a war drum. She is not a soldier but a healer, a light among shadows. She remembers every face she's tended to, every wound she's stitched. But here, in this arena, she feels like a lamb among wolves. "You can't let fear win," she urges, her voice steady despite her quaking hands. "You have to remember, this is not just about fighting. It's about survival." And yet, survival feels like a cruel joke. The Evocati, once revered, are now a nostalgia-laden ghost of the past, their purpose twisted into something grotesque. The crowd demands the spectacle of violence, the visceral thrill of battle, and the Evocati are the marionettes strung along by the whims of fate. They are warriors clinging to glory, but all that glitters has turned to ash in their mouths. As the final bell tolls, a shudder runs through them. The clash of swords awaits, a symphony of chaos and carnage. "Stay together," Marcus orders, his voice rising above the din, but doubt lingers like fog. The fight isn't just physical, it's a battle against the ghosts that claw at their minds, fear, regret, loss. They move forward as one, but the ground seems to shift beneath their feet, betraying them as they stumble into the pit of despair. The sun sets behind them, casting elongated shadows that stretch like fingers grasping for salvation. What have we become? Lucius thinks, the question echoing in the void. The battle erupts. Swords clash, and the air fills with shouts and the sickly sweet smell of blood. The crowd roars, a beast unleashed, eager for the spectacle. Marcus swings his sword, each strike a desperate attempt to carve out his worth, yet each movement feels heavy, burdened by doubt. He sees flashes of the boy he was, every swing laden with the weight of expectation. Remember, Claudia's face flashes in his mind, the determination etched into her features. It's not about the glory, it's about the fight. But what is the fight if not a chase for recognition, a longing for a past that slips through their fingers like sand? As Lucius faces his opponent, he catches a glimpse of the man's eyes, filled with the same fear, the same desperation. In those moments, they are not enemies but reflections of one another, two souls ensnared by duty. "I don't want to die," Lucius screams, his voice raw, grappling with despair and revelation. "I just want to live." But the steel of a sword is unforgiving, and as he stumbles back, clutching his side, he realizes he's not just fighting for his life, he's fighting for the memories of laughter, of warmth, of hope. It's all slipping away, and the shadows of his past close in around him. The clamor of the arena fades, and for a moment, time slows. Marcus catches Lucius's eye, and in that single heartbeat, they share a world of unspoken words, a brotherhood forged in fire and fear. "Fight for us," he mouths, and Lucius nods, a spark igniting against the darkness. Claudia stands on the periphery, her heart pounding as she watches the chaos unfold. She feels the weight of helplessness, yet her hands long to heal. "You can do this," she whispers to the winds, but the winds carry her plea away, leaving no trace. The crowd rises, a chorus of bloodthirst, and the night stretches into an abyss, teetering on the edge of infinity. The Evocati, mere shadows of what they once were, find themselves in the throes of an unrelenting spirit. They are bound by duty, torn by their flaws, and yet, somewhere in the chaos, they are whole. Steel meets flesh, a final clash that reverberates through the very core of their existence. Every swing, every cry, etches itself into the annals of their souls. They fight not just for survival, but to reclaim the light that flickers in the depths of despair. And as the last blow falls, as the arena falls silent, the truth settles around them like a shroud. Everything that was, everything that is, hangs in the balance, waiting for the next pulse of life to flicker back into existence. They are the Evocati, the echoes of warriors past, and in every heartbeat, in every breath, they wrestle with the shadows that define them. Time stretches like a taut string, vibrating with the weight of the moment, and still, it does not end. It only transforms, waiting to pull them back into the maelstrom once more. The stench of sweat and iron stung the air, mingling with the sharp, metallic taste of fear. It wrapped around us like a second skin, a reminder that we were not merely men, but cogs in a vast machine built for war. The heavy clang of swords echoed against the stone walls of the training yard, each strike a heartbeat, each scream an echo of our mortality. I remember the first time I held the gladius, its weight foreign yet oddly comforting in my grip. I was ready to be a soldier, to fight and die for Rome, and yet, as I stared into the eyes of my training partner, Marcus, I felt something deeper, a flicker of doubt. Marcus was a mountain of a man, shoulders broad like the span of a fallen tree. He had a laugh that could shake the heavens and a heart weighed down by the loss of his father, a veteran who fought in the campaigns of Germania. "War is glorious," he would say, but I could see the shadows lurking in his eyes, the ghosts of men lost to the madness of battle. I remember standing beside him, our breaths mingling in the chill of dawn, the air thick with unspoken fears. "We're just boys," I whispered, my voice barely rising above the wind. "What do we know of glory?" He chuckled then, a sound laced with despair. "Nothing. But we'll find out." The sun crested the horizon, casting long shadows that stretched like languid fingers, teasing us with the promise of a day filled with struggle. The training was brutal, endless drills under the watchful gaze of seasoned centurions, their voices sharp as the blades they wielded. "Faster! Stronger! You want to be a soldier? Prove it!" Each command thrust into our chest like a spear, igniting an ember of defiance within. I remember the blisters on my hands, the ache in my muscles, the way the world blurred around me as I swung the sword again and again. And yet, with every swing, every shout, I felt a flicker of something else, an adrenaline rush, a sense of purpose, a call to something greater than myself. But beneath that veneer of strength lay a fragile heart. I met Lucius in the barracks, his spirit forged from laughter and camaraderie. His humor was a balm, a distraction from the creeping dread that settled in our bones like a winter chill. "You know, my mother warned me about joining the army," he joked one night, his voice low as we huddled under the flickering light of a single oil lamp. "She said I'd end up as fish food." We both laughed, but a weight hung in the air, unacknowledged yet palpable. I saw it in his eyes, a spark dimming, a flicker of the boy who was no longer untouched by the specter of war. The first night away from the training yard haunted me, the silence too loud, too heavy. I lay awake, staring at the dark ceiling, feeling the light of the stars mocking me from afar. I remember thinking of home. My mother's hands, calloused yet tender, weaving stories into the fabric of my childhood. "You will be a hero," she had said, and I had believed her. Yet now, as I lay among sleeping men, brothers I hardly knew, I questioned what heroism truly meant. Was it the glory on the battlefield or the quiet bravery of facing our own fears? And then, the fateful day arrived. The call to arms blared like a siren, a bludgeon to our senses. We were not mere trainees anymore, we were soldiers. I remember the way the sun seemed to scorn us as we marched toward the horizon, its rays piercing through the dust that swirled at our feet, casting shadows that felt like judgments. Men laughed nervously, cracking jokes to stave off the suffocating tension, but their eyes betrayed them. We were stepping into the unknown, into the maw of fate. The clashing of shields and the cries of men sent shivers down my spine, a cacophony that filled my ears like the tolling of a death knell. I stood shoulder to shoulder with Marcus, our hearts pounding a frantic rhythm as we faced the enemy, a wall of faces, all laden with stories untold. I could see their fear reflected in their eyes, and in that moment, I understood. We were all just boys, flesh and blood, dreams and nightmares, caught in the crossfire of a cruel world. And then it began. The first clash sent me reeling, adrenaline surging through my veins like wildfire. I swung my sword, feeling its weight connect with flesh, the shock reverberating up my arm. In that instant, I was no longer a soldier, I was a monster, a harbinger of death. My breath came in ragged gasps, and I felt the warmth of blood splatter across my face, painting my world in shades of crimson and horror. I glanced at Marcus, his face twisted in a snarl as he fought, each movement a dance with death, each breath a silent prayer. But I caught a glimpse of despair in his eyes, a flickering candle struggling against the wind. In that moment, our fates intertwined, two souls caught in the storm of chaos. "Stay close!" I yelled, but the din swallowed my words, and the shadows loomed larger. I remember the chill as the sun dipped below the horizon, surrendering to night, a harbinger of the ghosts we would carry forever. The ground beneath us soaked up our fear, our sweat, our blood, becoming a grave for our innocence. The screams of the fallen pierced the night, a haunting symphony that echoed through the ages. As the battle raged on, I fought not just for survival but for the bond we had forged in that training yard, for the laughter shared and the fears whispered. It was a desperate grasp at something real amidst the madness, a tether to humanity in a world intent on stripping it away. Together, Marcus and I charged into the fray, two boys bound by brotherhood, facing the abyss with trembling hearts. But as the darkness deepened, and the weight of our choices pressed upon us, I felt the chill of another truth: this was only the beginning. Each swing of my sword was a step deeper into a world where glory and despair intertwined. I was becoming something I could no longer recognize, something that would haunt me long after the battle ceased. In that chilling realization, all I could do was fight on, as the shadows closed in, and the cries of the fallen whispered promises of what was yet to come. The air was thick with the smoke of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. A cacophony of chaos swirled around us, drowning out the cries of the wounded and the distant, eerie echoes of memories long past. I remember the chill in my bones, a premonition that this was not merely another battle, but a reckoning. There, in the heart of the fray, Sergeant Michael Avery stood resolute, his eyes ablaze with a fury forged in the fires of war. He'd seen things, terrible things, that would haunt him long after the last shot was fired. "Keep moving, keep pushing," he roared, voice laced with the desperation of a man who knew what was at stake. And yet, behind that bravado, I could see the cracks. The momentary tremor in his hand as he raised his weapon, the quickened breaths that escaped him when he thought no one was watching. Experience, I realized then, was a double-edged sword. It weighed heavy like a shackle, but it also carved a path through the darkness, pulling us forward into the unknown. To the left, Private Eliza Carter crouched low, her heart racing like the gunfire that surrounded us. The weight of her past clung to her like a shroud, an orphan raised in the shadows of a broken city, where survival meant fighting tooth and nail for every scrap of dignity. She had signed up for this, believing that in the chaos of war, she might find purpose, perhaps even redemption. But now, as shadows danced on the rubble around us, the stark reality of her choice gripped her throat. "I can't," she breathed, fear clawing at her voice, raw and unfiltered. Those two words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her vulnerability. One glance at Sergeant Avery, and she knew her hesitation could mean life or death, not just for herself, but for everyone. The stakes were so high they felt impossible, like a dream teetering on the edge of nightmare. As the world around us erupted, I felt the pulse of time slow, each heartbeat resonating like a drum in the stillness of my mind. I could sense the ghosts of the past whispering in the corners of my consciousness, reminding me of everything we'd endured to arrive at this moment. I remember lying in a hospital bed, the smell of antiseptic mingling with the acrid scent of old regrets. I remember my mother's trembling hands, her eyes filled with a mixture of pride and sorrow as she pinned my uniform to my chest. I had wanted to be brave, but bravery often felt like a mask worn to hide the tremors of fear beneath. "Carter, listen!" Avery's voice sliced through the chaos, grounding me. "This isn't just about us. It's about everyone we've lost, everyone who's counting on us." His words struck me like lightning, igniting the flickering embers of courage within her. With a deep, shuddering breath, Eliza nodded, determination washing over her like a tide reclaiming the shore. "I'm with you," she said, voice steadier now, though shadows danced in her eyes. The ghosts of doubt still lingered, but experience had shown her that fear could either paralyze or propel one forward. She chose to fight, to stand alongside those who had bled and sacrificed for a cause greater than herself. In that instant, I felt the weight of their shared resolve, a communion forged in the crucible of combat. It was a raw, unyielding force, an acknowledgement that while experience bore scars, it also illuminated the path ahead. Veterans like Avery weren't just soldiers, they were living histories, each one a testament to survival, a reminder that the past could either haunt or empower. The moment shattered like glass as we surged forward, a wave of bodies crashing against the tide of chaos. I could taste the adrenaline, sharp and metallic, as we pushed through the debris, every step a reminder of what had been lost and what still lay ahead. My heart raced, an echo of the world around us, each beat a prayer for those who'd fallen, each breath a burning promise that we would not let their sacrifices be in vain. Avery moved with a fierce elegance, his body a well-practiced machine, while Eliza mirrored his movements, learning, adapting, growing bolder with every passing moment. I watched them, two flawed warriors bound by their experiences and haunted by their fears, yet somehow rising above it all. Every explosion felt like a heartbeat, a thunderous reminder of the fragility of life. I could see the shadows lurking, the ghosts of those we'd lost, manifesting in the faces of those still fighting. Each face told a story, each scar a memory. And in that chaos, I remembered why veterans were valued, not just for their skill or bravery, but for the weight of their experiences, the lessons learned in silence, in sacrifice, in the moments that stretched before us like a vast, uncharted ocean. I felt the tension thicken, wrapping around us like a shroud, each pulse of fear a fragile thread binding our fates. We were all veterans in our own right, each carrying the weight of our battles, both seen and unseen. And as the storm of conflict raged on, I understood that this was not merely a fight for survival, it was a dance with the specters of our existence, an exploration of what it meant to be alive amidst chaos. In those last moments before the confrontation, the air crackled with electric anticipation, thick with the scent of sweat and fear. We were at the precipice, teetering on the edge of something monumental. The shadows pulsed around us, memories colliding with reality, and I knew the confrontation would come, not just with our enemies, but within ourselves. Avery turned to us, his voice a low rumble, filled with the gravity of knowing what lay ahead. "We fight for each other. For our past. For our future. Let's show them why we're here." And in that heartbeat, I understood the true importance of experience. It binds us, breaks us, and ultimately defines us. As we charged forward, I felt the full weight of our collective histories, the raw, unfiltered essence of what it meant to be human, broken yet resolute, lost yet found, forever entwined in the relentless dance of time. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty streets like a tolling bell for the damned. Shadows stretched and twisted, clawing across cobblestones slick with rain, each droplet a whisper of fate cascading from the heavens. In the heart of the city, an unmarked door loomed, the air around it thick with secrets and dread. It wasn't just a door, it was an entrance to the abyss, a threshold that promised either glory or annihilation. I stood there, heart pounding, knowing that behind that door lay the reckoning of my life. I remember the first time I'd heard the name Evocati. It slithered through the tavern-like smoke, curling into the ears of those who dared to listen. Soldiers. Heroes forged in fire. But what they never told you, what they couldn't, was that the path to becoming one was littered with the bones of the broken, those who'd thought they could dance with the gods and live to tell the tale. I had seen friends, their dreams bright, their hearts fierce, walk through that door and never return. The tales of braves and cowards bled together, a tapestry of desperation and ambition. I clutched the parchment in my hand, the criteria burning into my skin like a brand. The words glared up at me: strength, cunning, loyalty. But what of the shadows that danced in the corners of my mind? What of the mistakes I had buried deep? I thought of Myra, her laughter still echoing in my ears, a haunting melody that gave way to silence when she was taken. "Don't you dare forget me," she had said, her eyes alight with the fervor of youth. Yet here I was, on the precipice of my own damnation, teetering between her memory and my ambition. As if summoned, there came a figure, cloaked in the emblem of the Evocati, silver thread glistening like starlight against the night. The recruiter's eyes were stormy, a tempest brewing beneath the surface, revealing nothing yet demanding everything. "You're here to join?" he asked, voice a low rumble that reverberated through my bones. I nodded, though doubt clawed at me, sharp and relentless. "Do you know what it means to serve the Evocati?" The question hung heavy, like a dark fog rolling in from the sea, swallowing all light. I felt the weight of the world upon me, every heartbeat drumming out a desperate plea for reprieve. "In the shadows, we wage war against the unseen," he continued, each word a razor blade slicing through my resolve. "One must be willing to shed blood, both theirs and others. Are you ready to pay the price?" I thought of Myra again, her eyes wide with unfulfilled dreams, and I could almost hear her whispering, "Don't you dare." Then there was Theo, my childhood friend, his laughter a distant echo that played tricks with my heart. He stood beside me, shoulders squared, his determination as fierce as the firelight that flickered from the street lamps. But beneath that hardened exterior lay a soul fractured by loss. "It's worth it," he murmured, breathless with a mix of hope and despair. "We can change things. We can make a difference." But could he? Could either of us? The recruiter's gaze swept over us, piercing and scrutinous. "There's no room for weakness here, no time for regret. The Evocati is a family bound by blood and sacrifice. Those who falter will be left behind. Do you understand?" His words dripped like poison, and with each syllable, I felt the chains of my past rattle, ghosts clawing at my heart. I remember the way the air thickened, the way the world narrowed down to just us, three souls dancing on the razor's edge between light and darkness. Theo shifted, his stance wavering for just a moment, and in that instant, fear washed over me like ice water, freezing my resolve. This was it. A moment to grasp or let slip away. "Strength," the recruiter continued, his voice low and taunting. "Show me your strength." And with that, we were thrust into a brutal trial beneath the stark glow of the moon, the city an unforgiving witness to our determination. Each challenge a torment, pushing our limits, testing the very fabric of our being. I felt the sweat sting my eyes, the raw taste of blood in my mouth, and the memory of Myra igniting a fire deep within my core. This was no ordinary test, this was a baptism by fire, a reckoning. Theo fell, the ground swallowing his resolve, and I felt my heart shatter, pieces scattering like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. "Get up!" I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat, raw and desperate. But he lay there, staring at the sky, a broken star among the constellations. "I can't," he whispered, and in that moment, I realized that the price of glory was not just paid in blood but in the ashes of lost dreams. There was no room for sentimentality, the recruiter's eyes glimmered with predatory anticipation. "Are you willing to step over him?" he asked, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "To save yourself?" I felt my pulse racing, the weight of choice hanging in the air like a blade poised to drop. My heart screamed for Theo, but ambition clawed at my insides, demanding to be freed. I could almost hear Myra's laughter, mingled with the ghosts of those who had fallen before us. "Don't you dare forget me." No conclusions would come. No neatly tied-up endings. Just the relentless pull of ambition, the terrifying thrill of sacrifice, and the shadows closing in all around. The echo of the city seemed to whisper, "What will you choose?" And in that moment, lost amidst the chaos, I stood at the crossroads of my own soul, teetering toward destiny, craving the fire that threatened to consume us all. The clang of steel echoed off the walls of the forum, a sound both familiar and terrifying. Blood pooled on the cobblestones, dark as night against the sun-bleached stones, marking the ground where men had stood just moments before, shouting, cursing, their faces twisted in rage and fear. It was chaos, a raw, swirling tempest of emotion that thrummed in the air like an unplayed chord. This was Rome, where ambition had teeth, and betrayal ran deeper than the Tiber. Marcus stood frozen, his heart a drum in his chest, each beat urging him forward even as dread anchored his feet to the earth. He had always thought of himself as a protector, a shield against the darkness that crept into the souls of men. But today, standing amidst the carnage, he felt like a ghost himself, haunted, unseen, desperate to find purpose in the madness that unfolded before him. "I remember the first time I drew my sword," he whispered to himself, the words slipping from his lips like a confession. "I was taller than my blade, and my hand shook so violently I nearly dropped it. But they were counting on me." The memory washed over him like a wave, cold and unrelenting. He was just a boy then, but now he was a part of something much larger, something that gnawed at his soul like a relentless beast. Across the square, Claudia moved like a shadow, her eye scanning the crowd for any sign of her brother, Lucius. The air was thick with the smell of sweat and iron, the taste of fear lingering on her tongue. She was fierce, forged in the crucible of loss, and every step she took resonated with purpose. "I will find him," she vowed, almost audibly, as if the words could summon her brother back from the edge of oblivion. But deep down, she felt the gnawing doubt. What if he was gone, swallowed by the chaos, lost like so many before? A flicker of movement caught her eye, a flash of crimson. Was it Lucius, or merely the banner of a rival faction? Her heart raced as she pushed through the throng, each face a mask of agony and fury, the very essence of Rome's tumultuous spirit. "I remember when we were children," she murmured, the memories intertwining with the present like threads of fate. "We played in the fields, laughing as the sun kissed our skin. How did we end up here, caught in this storm?" Suddenly, a sharp cry pierced the air, cutting through the chaos like an arrow. Marcus turned, his instincts igniting. The sound was unmistakable, a call for help, a plea that resonated deep within him. He sprinted toward the source, each stride fueled by adrenaline, his mind racing. Would he find a fallen comrade, or a foe who needed mercy? Would he emerge a hero, or would he be consumed by the darkness he sought to vanquish? As he skidded to a halt, the scene before him unfurled like a grotesque tapestry, two men grappling, their faces twisted in primal rage. One of them, a familiar figure, his breath ragged, was Lucius. The air crackled with tension, the very fabric of their lives hanging in the balance. "Claudia!" Marcus shouted, but the name felt heavy on his tongue, an anchor of despair. Would he stand by while his friend fought for his life against the tide of ambition that threatened to drown them all? Claudia, having heard his voice, rushed forward, heart in her throat. She grasped the hilt of her own dagger, a cold comfort against the rising tide of fear. "Lucius," she cried, her voice a fierce blade slicing through the chaos. The moment hung in the air, heavy with unspoken words. Time frayed at the edges, memories unfurling like petals in the night. "I remember when we swore to protect each other," she thought, her grip tightening around the dagger. The promise had been simple then, naive even. But now? In the blood-soaked dust of the Forum, promises felt like ghosts, floating just out of reach. With a sudden roar, Marcus charged, his heart pounding like war drums, fear morphing into resolve. The world narrowed to that single point of conflict, Lucius, his friend, his brother in arms, versus the man who had once fought beside him. It was betrayal dressed as conflict, and the weight of it threatened to crush him. "Stop!" he shouted, voice raw from the adrenaline and fear. But words felt utterly insufficient. He lunged, his sword gleaming in the dying light, a beacon in the chaos. For a heartbeat, everything froze, the shouts, the cries, the very air itself held its breath. "I remember the taste of victory," he thought, the memory tainted now by the bitter knowledge of loss. "But what is it worth if it costs me everything I hold dear?" As the clash of metal rang out, the world erupted once again into chaos. Shadows danced across the stone, weaving stories of valor and sacrifice, of love and loss. The crowd surged, an ocean of faces marked by fear and hope, each person a fragment of the vast tapestry of Rome, a city built on dreams and drenched in blood. And in that moment, under the glaring sun slipping behind the horizon, the line between friend and foe blurred, reality twisted like the very fabric of their lives. Claudia pressed forward, heart racing, the dagger heavy in her hand. She would root out the truth, even if it meant facing the monsters she had once called family. Lucius! Fight, she cried, desperate to pierce through the haze of fury, to ignite the spark of recognition. Would he hear her through the roar of vengeance? Would he remember her? But the chaos swirled like a storm, and in its ice stood Marcus, torn between loyalty and the weight of his duty, a puppet of fate dancing on strings spun from blood and betrayal. This was Rome, a city cradled in the arms of its own ambition, where echoes of the past clashed violently with the present. And as the struggle unfolded, the shadows thickened, whispering promises of power, yet hinting at the inevitable price, a price that would change everything. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the night wrapped around them like a shroud, and the darkness beckoned, ready to devour the light, ready to consume the last remnants of hope. The air hung thick, a curtain of heat clinging to every soldier's skin like a second layer, suffocating yet familiar. Clanging steel echoed through the dusty streets of the old city, the sound sharp enough to prickle the spine. Shadows flickered against the stone walls, and in one dimly lit corner, a group of Evocati stood, their faces set with grim resolve. They were veterans brought back from the edges of memory, dusted off and molded into something new, or perhaps, something old, redefined. But beneath the surface of their tough exteriors, hearts studied in syncopated rhythms of fear and longing. I remember the first time I saw Marcus. He was one of them, a towering figure with a chiseled jaw and haunted eyes, as if every battle had carved his soul into sharp angles. He'd been a centurion once, a leader, a man forged in the flames of conflict. I remember his voice, low, gravelly, thick with unshed tears. "What are we fighting for, really?" he had asked, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of crimson. There was a restlessness in him, an itch for something beyond glory, something that felt almost like redemption. The reforms had come like a whisper in the night, promising strength, promising unity. They beckoned the Evocati back, like a siren's call, and many, like Marcus, could not resist. But there was a cost. Every soldier knew it. With every new decree, the weight of their past grew heavier, like chains forged from regret. As the world shifted around them, echoes of their former selves loomed large, a spectre of who they once were versus who they were meant to become. Then there was Livia. Fierce, defiant, with fire in her heart and a dagger always sharp at her side. She had fought for her place at the table, clawing her way through a world that wanted to silence her. The reforms, they said, were supposed to level the playing field, but in the silence of their encampment, laughter would flicker out like a dying ember when she walked by. I remember the way her brows knitted together in frustration, the way her fists clenched. "They say I'm not enough," she confided in me once, her voice shaking. "But they don't know the ghosts that live in my head, the battles I've fought long before this one." Her past was a kaleidoscope of pain and triumph, punctuated by a series of moments that had shaped her cruelly, yet beautifully. With every swing of her sword, she carved a name for herself, yet every mark she made felt like a scar on her heart. The reforms had brought her here, alongside men who would have overlooked her simply because she was a woman. But now, she was among the Evocati. She should have felt empowered, yet the shadows of doubt crept in, whispering tales of inadequacy that threatened to drown her. Then there was Cassius, the dreamer amongst the warriors. A poet at heart, he carried parchment and ink like weapons, scribbling sonnets under the moonlight when others were building their strength. But the military reforms had left him adrift, trying to navigate a world that demanded blood when all he wanted was to bleed his heart onto paper. His laughter often rang through the encampment like music, but underneath it lay an ache, a longing for something more, something that felt like home. "I write about honor, about love, about loss," he told me one night, as the fire flickered, casting ghostly shadows. "But how can I be a soldier when my heart beats for words?" As the tension thickened around us, the approaching storm felt inevitable. The night before the battle, the air was electric, charged with the weight of unspoken fears. I remember the way Marcus stood, staring into the abyss of the dark sky, the stars flickering like distant memories. "What if we fail?" he whispered. Those words hung heavy between us, a question that could not be answered. Livia trained nearby, the rhythm of her sword slicing through the night, a metronome of defiance against the uncertainty. Every swing was a prayer, every breath a promise, I will not be forgotten. Cassius, with ink-stained fingers, scribbled his heart out, each word a desperate cry against the encroaching darkness. I write these lines for you, for the battles you fight, he muttered, unaware that his voice broke through the silence like glass shattering on the floor. If I fall, let my words rise like smoke, let them carry my hopes to those who remain. The dawn broke with an intensity that burned the sky, igniting a fire in our chests. The city lay before us, a tapestry of history woven with blood and valor. The Evocati stood ready, but beneath the armor and bravado, emotions roiled like a tempest. A cacophony of determined hearts, a symphony of unfulfilled dreams. As the call rang out, a singular note piercing the dawn, all fears coalesced into a singular moment. The battle began, steel clashed against steel, and with each strike, the echoes of their past reverberated in the heat of conflict. Marcus's eyes flashed with the fierce intensity of a lion, Livia fought with a raw, unyielding power, and Cassius, amidst the chaos, found poetry in the violence, capturing fleeting moments on scraps of parchment. And as chaos consumed them, they became more than soldiers, they were ghosts of their former selves, battling the shadows that taunted them. The military reforms had promised rebirth, yet they stood on the precipice of everything they had ever known: fear, love, loss. At that moment, I felt it, the weight of time, the urgency of existence. Each heartbeat echoed, a reminder that in the grand tapestry of life, we are but threads, woven into a story that never truly ends. In the midst of chaos, their voices intertwined, a melody of resilience, a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who refuse to be silenced. I remember. I remember. I remember. The storm raged on, but the echoes of their struggles became a chorus of hope, a promise that even in the darkest of nights, light could find its way through. And as the battle unfolded, I understood that it was not merely about victory or defeat, it was about the stories we carried, the burdens we bore, and the relentless pursuit of finding a place where we could finally belong. The cries of war hang in the air like a thick fog, impossibly tense and suffocating. The ground trembles beneath our feet, the vibrations echoing the thudding of hearts, swelled with dread, anticipation, a visceral cocktail of life and death. Blood spills on the scorched earth, an offering to the gods, and I can almost hear the whispers of the fallen. I remember the faces, haunted, desperate, etched with resolve. Each one a ghost, lingering just beyond the threshold of memory. Marcus stands there, gripping his sword, knuckles white. His eyes are a storm, swirling with memories of his children, their laughter echoing inside his skull like a haunting melody, a reminder of what's at stake. The air is thick with the scent of sweat and iron, it clings to our skin, a reminder that here, in the heart of battle, life can unravel in an instant. I remember his wife's smile, her lips curving as if to say, "Come home safe." But safety is a luxury for fools. "Hold the line," he shouts, voice trembling like the very ground beneath us. The command ripples through the ranks, a desperate attempt at unity. Yet, as we stand shoulder to shoulder, I can feel the doubt gnawing at our resolve. We are the Evocati, the veterans of wars past, the warriors who have faced death and returned, yet now we stand on the precipice, teetering on the edge of oblivion. Then there's Caius. Oh, Caius. The bravest coward I've ever known. He laughs, a brittle sound that masks his fear, just another day, right? But I see the quiver in his lower lip, the way his hands shake as he clings to his gladius. His laughter is a defiance, a shield against the encroaching darkness. Remember the last time we faced the Carthaginians? I nearly lost my focus. I bark, cutting him off. It's a chill, icy and unforgiving, slicing through the air. But inside, I understand, we all wear our scars like armor, desperately trying to fend off the ghosts that walk beside us. The sun hangs low, casting a crimson hue across the battlefield. I can almost taste the bitterness of ash on my tongue, the weight of every moment pressing down like a leaden sky. Each heartbeat echoes like a distant drum, a countdown. We are not just soldiers, but echoes of history, haunted by the choices of our forebears, carrying the burden of their failures. I remember the stories, the ones whispered around flickering fires, tales of glory and honor, of heroes who rose and fell. Yet, standing here, the reality of war is stark and unyielding. It strips away the romance, exposing raw flesh and shattered dreams. And then it happens. A horn blares, piercing the murky silence. The Carthaginian forces surge forward, a dark tide crashing against our flimsy defenses. The world narrows to the point of my sword, the clang of metal against metal, the cries of men, a symphony of chaos. Time fractures, and I find myself lost in the fray, every swing of my weapon a desperate prayer for survival. I glance at Marcus, his face a mask of determination, and I can't help but wonder if he thinks of his children, whether they'll remember him as the father who fought valiantly or the one who vanished into the shadows of war. They will remember us, I scream over the cacophony. Today, we fight for our names. But as I strike, I feel a hollow ache deep within, a gnawing awareness that names don't matter when they are buried beneath the weight of history. The earth drinks in our blood, our hopes, our dreams, and as I plunge my sword into flesh, I see reflections of myself in the eyes of the dying. Caius is beside me, laughing still, but it's a madman's laugh now, frenzied and broken. We'll tell tales of this day. We'll be legends. He swings wide, cutting down an enemy, but I see the tremor in his hand, the fear that grips him like a vice. And in that moment, I understand. We are not warriors. We are just men, clinging to the fragments of our humanity in a world that is devouring us whole. I remember the night before the battle, the crisp air filled with the scent of cedar smoke and the promise of impending doom. The stars hung like pinpricks in a vast, indifferent sky, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were watching, judging. What if we don't come back? I had asked Marcus, the question hanging heavy between us. What if this is the end? His answer was a shrug, a half-hearted smile, and a flick of the wrist, as if to say that we are but pawns in a game far larger than ourselves. If it is, let it be glorious. Now, amid the carnage, I choke on that glory, suffocated by its bitter taste. The ground beneath me is slick, and I am surrounded by the cries of men, the guttural sounds of dying breaths, the wails of mothers echoing in my mind. What glory is there in this? It gnaws at me, that question, pulling me down into the abyss. The clash of swords, the shouts of commands, it all blurs together into a suffocating haze. The faces of the fallen flash by, each one a reminder of the price we pay for this legacy. Each life extinguished, another thread pulled from the tapestry of history. I see Caius falter, a spear thrust through his side, a look of disbelief in his eyes as he collapses. I thought we were legends, he whispers, and in that moment, my heart shatters, a quiet explosion that reverberates in the silence. Caius! I scream, lunging toward him, but the tide of chaos pulls me back, thick and relentless. I can't save him. I can't save any of us. The shadows lengthen, the sky darkening as night falls, and I realize that in this war, we are all Evocati, bearing the weight of our own ghosts. The clock ticks, echoing the futility of our struggle. The battle rages on, but I am lost in a sea of memories, a maelstrom of emotion. Each breath is heavy, laden with the weight of loss, and I know that tomorrow, the sun will rise on a world forever altered. The echoes of today will linger, a haunting melody that whispers through the annals of time, each note a reminder of what we've sacrificed, what we've lost. And I am here, alive in this moment, yet part of me is already drowning, slipping into the shadows, echoes of laughter entwined with the cries of the fallen, forever chasing the dawn. The clang of iron on iron reverberated through the air, a cacophony of chaos that shattered the eerie silence of twilight. Shadows loomed, flickering like the dying embers of a fire, feeding the tension that coiled tightly around us. I stood there, heart racing, my breath shallow as the cacophony of war unfolded around me. The night was thick with the scent of blood and despair, a visceral reminder that we were on the precipice of something monumental, something dark. I remember the moment vividly, the clash of swords, the cries of men as they fell to the ground, desperate to grasp at life even as their blood pooled like secrets on the earth. In that moment, I was not a soldier, I was a witness, shackled to my own helplessness. The war was not just on the battlefield, it was clawing its way through the fabric of our lives, changing everything we once knew. Standing beside me was Marcus, a hulk of a man, his brow furrowed with a storm of his own making. Once, he had dreams of glory, of wielding his sword against the oppressors. Now, those dreams were splintering, the weight of betrayal heavy on his shoulders. He had been betrayed by the very structure he committed himself to, the military that had promised honor and respect but delivered blood and shame. "They've turned us into pawns," he spat, the bitterness choking his voice. I could see the fire burning in his chest, yet the hopelessness in his eyes. And then there was Elara, her face illuminated by the flickering light of torches, casting shadows that danced like ghosts around her. She was fierce and unyielding, yet wrapped in layers of vulnerability, her heart a battlefield of its own. She carried a hidden ache, a longing for a world where the soldiers were not merely instruments of war but protectors of something sacred. "What have we become?" she whispered, the question hanging in the air like a specter, haunting us. The military had evolved, shifting from a noble cause to a ruthless machine, churning out destruction with every breath it took. I remember the clock tower in the distance, its hands ticking down to a moment that felt like it would never arrive. Time stretched, bending and warping as the chaos around us swirled like a storm. I watched as blood was spilled, the earth drinking deeply, and I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen. They warned us, haunted us with tales of what had been and what could never be again. The military had transformed, its structure warped by the greed of those in power, leaving men and women like us to grapple with the consequences. The new legions, once a symbol of unity, had become a disjointed array of factions, each with its own agenda, each pulling us apart. I felt a tremor of fear grip me. Who were we fighting for? Who were we fighting against? The lines blurred as ambition clouded our vision, and the cries of the innocent echoed in our ears. I saw Marcus clench his fists, his knuckles white against the darkening sky. "If we don't fight for something real, we'll become nothing," he growled, every word heavy with purpose, yet laced with doubt. Elara stepped forward, her voice rising above the din, cutting through the noise like a knife through flesh. "We need to remember who we are," she shouted. "This isn't a battle for power, it's a fight for our souls." Her words ignited something in the hearts of the men around us, a flicker of hope amidst the ashes. But I could see the fear etched into their faces, the uncertainty that came with a military that had begun to resemble a wheel turning without direction. The moon hung low, a silver coin tossed into the vastness of the night, and I felt something inside me shudder. I remembered my dreams of Valor, my childhood fantasies of knights and heroes, and how they had warped into something grotesque. We were no longer warriors of honor, we were soldiers in a game we didn't understand, marionettes dancing to a tune we could not hear. How had we fallen so far? "Tonight, we rediscover ourselves," Marcus declared, his voice a rumble of thunder. "Not as soldiers, but as people." A rallying cry, but even as it spilled from his lips, I felt the weight of doubt settle upon my shoulders like a cloak. Could we truly reclaim our humanity amidst the horror? And then, as if the cosmos itself was listening, the ground trembled beneath us, a prelude to the confrontation that lay ahead. Figures emerged from the shadows, cloaked in darkness, their intentions as inscrutable as the night. My heart raced, I could feel the tension in my bones, a primal instinct that screamed for survival. As they approached, I noticed the insignia on their armor, a twisted mockery of our once shared ideals. My breath caught in my throat. The enemy was not just outside our ranks, it had seeped into our very core. Elara trembled beside me, the fear in her eyes reflecting the reality we all faced. "We have to fight together," she murmured, grasping my hand. The warmth of her skin felt like a lifeline amidst the suffocating darkness. In that moment, I realized that we were not merely fighting for a structure but for the souls of those who had been lost along the way, for the dreams that had been buried beneath the chaos. We were a tapestry woven from the fibers of grief, longing, and hope, and as I looked at Marcus and Elara, I felt a flicker of something profound ignite within me, a yearning for redemption. The tension snapped, a scream tearing through the air as the first blow fell. The world became a blur of movement and sound, adrenaline flooding my veins as I plunged into the fray. Each step felt like a heartbeat, every clash of metal a reminder that we were alive, fighting for our existence, clawing back the pieces of ourselves that had been lost in the shadows. And amid the chaos, I remembered, it wasn't just about power or glory, it was about humanity. As the night stretched on, I realized the fight was not merely against an enemy but a struggle for clarity, for understanding in a world that had forgotten what it meant to be whole. I could feel the battle raging on, an unending cycle, each moment woven into the next, echoing into the vast unknown. And as the darkness thickened around us, I knew this was only the beginning, a transition, a metamorphosis that could either bind us together or tear us apart. The chaos was a living entity, breathing, shifting, ever present, demanding we confront not just the enemy outside but the one within ourselves. The air was thick with the acrid stench of blood and sweat, a monstrous cocktail that clawed at my throat as I stood there, frozen in the chaos of the street. The sound of iron clashing against iron rang sharp in my ears, a maddening symphony underscored by desperate cries and the rhythmic thud of feet pounding against cobblestones. I remember the firelight flickering in the distance, casting eerie shadows that danced like the souls of the damned. Augustus's vision of a new Rome was crumbling, and I was an unwilling witness to its birth pains. Marcus, my oldest friend, fought beside me, his face a mask of rage and fear. He swung his gladius with ferocious precision, each strike a desperate attempt to carve out a place for himself in this new world. I could see the tremor in his hands, the weight of expectation pressing down upon him like a stone tablet. He was Evocatus, one of the elite, called back to the ranks. But in this storm of ambition and bloodlust, he was still just a man, a boy lost in the turmoil, haunted by the ghosts of his decisions. "Lucius," he shouted, his voice barely breaking through the cacophony. "We can't let them take it from us." I felt a pull in my chest, a knot of loyalty and fear intertwining. We had promised each other we would rise, but at what cost? I remembered our foolish dreams whispered in the dark, a firelight illuminating our youthful hopes. We would be legends, we said. But here we were, wading through the muck and madness, the dream morphing into a nightmare. I wanted to scream, to argue, to tell him that glory is a treacherous path, paved with the bones of the fallen. But all I could do was grip my sword tighter, its hilt slick with sweat. Then she appeared, Claudia, fierce and unyielding, a flame among shadows. She moved with the grace of a goddess, her dark hair billowing like storm clouds as she rallied the troops, igniting their hearts with fervor. I felt a strange pull toward her, an electric current that surged through the chaos. She was a warrior, but she carried scars deeper than any blade could inflict. In this age of Augustus, where the elite were being institutionalized, she wore the weight of her lineage like chains, a constant reminder that destiny is a fickle mistress. "Fight," she cried, her voice sharp enough to slice through the din, and it was like a spell cast over us. The men surged forward, driven by her fervor, but I saw in her eyes the flicker of doubt, the fear that even a goddess could fall. She was more than a leader, she was a reflection of our collective despair, a mirror held up to our unfulfilled aspirations. I remembered the last time I had seen her smile, the way it lit up her face like the dawn breaking across the horizon. It was stolen too soon, replaced now by the steely resolve of a woman who understood the cost of loyalty. As I fought, visions of her haunted me, her laughter echoing like a distant bell, a reminder of what we stood to lose. "Lucius! Focus!" Marcus's voice jolted me back to the present. I swung my sword, the movement almost automatic, but my mind was elsewhere, tangled in memories and fears. The weight of the moment pressed down on me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all pawns in a game played by those far above us. The clash of steel, the cries of the wounded, all faded into a haunting melody as I grappled with the realization that the Evocati, the elite of Rome, were nothing but a facade, a shiny veneer hiding the decay underneath. We were being molded, shaped by the hands of men who had forgotten what it meant to bleed, to feel. The elite were being institutionalized, stripped of their humanity, and I wondered if I too would be lost in this relentless tide. "Lucius!" Marcus shouted again, forcing me to snap back. He was struggling now, a shadow passing before my eyes. "I can't do this alone." The world narrowed down to him, his desperation, his flawed humanity. In that moment, I understood. We were all flawed, all striving for something greater, blinded by ambition and fear. Claudia fought valiantly, but I could see her faltering, the weight of her lineage growing heavier with each passing moment. She was our warrior, yet deep down, she was just a girl wanting to be free, wanting to escape the chains that bound her to this suffocating legacy. With a surge of adrenaline, I charged forward, breaking through the throng, my heart racing like a wild stallion. I could feel the warmth of Marcus's body next to me, the pulse of our shared fear and hope coursing through us. Together, we were more than mere soldiers, we were the embodiment of dreams, heartbreak, and the haunting shadows of what could be. But as I locked eyes with Claudia, something shifted, a crack in her resolve, a glimmer of doubt giving way to fierce determination. I saw her lips move, forming silent words that pulled at my heart like a tide, a promise of something grand yet terrifying. In that fleeting moment, everything came rushing back, the laughter, the shared dreams, the fear of failure. The realization hit me, a cold wave washing over my spine. We were not just fighting for glory, we were fighting for each other, for the fragments of our lives that still flickered like embers in the dark. Time slowed, the air thick with tension and the taste of desperation. I felt the weight of the world pressing down, a cosmic reminder that nothing lasts forever. Yet in this chaos, we found clarity, a powerful bond forged in the fires of conflict. As the battle raged on, the cries of the fallen echoed around us, but I couldn't feel the fear anymore. Only the pulse of life, the heart of our collective struggle, thrumming through the chaos. With each swing of my sword, I fought not just for survival, but for the very essence of what it meant to be alive, imperfect, flawed, yet undeniably vibrant. And as the night stretched on, the shadows whispered secrets, hints of what was to come, but I was ready to face it all. Together, we would rise or fall, but we would do so with the raw intensity of life coursing through us, together, as Evocati, as the elite, as the beating heart of a Rome that would never truly know us. The sun hung low, a molten disk threatening to drown the battlefield in a haze of crimson. Smoke curled like ghostly fingers, reaching out for the living, and somewhere in the distance, the echo of steel clashing against steel rang like a death knell, punctuating the air thick with the scent of sweat and blood. I remember the moment when I first tasted fear, a metallic tang on my tongue, as I stood there, heart pounding, my hands trembling around the hilt of my sword. "They're coming!" The voice of Marcus, my closest friend, sliced through the chaos. His face, usually so full of life, was now a mask of grit and determination, smeared with the dirt of battle. I caught his wild eyes, and in that instant, we both understood, we were not just soldiers, we were pawns in a game beyond our control, our lives dangling by the thinnest of threads. Fear is a strange beast. It can freeze you in place or ignite something ferocious inside. I chose fight, my instincts taking over as I gripped the sword tighter. I remember the way the leather felt, rough, familiar. But familiar was a fleeting comfort in a world where death danced in the shadows. We were the Evocati, veterans but still young, forged in the fires of provincial campaigns that promised glory but delivered only scars, mental and physical. "Remember, the flanks!" Marcus shouted, his voice strained, raw. "We hold them there." A roar erupted from the approaching horde, a beastly sound, primal and unyielding. My breath hitched. I could see their eyes, wild and bloodthirsty, drawing closer, each step a countdown to something unnameable. It was then that I saw her, Elena, our healer, her apron stained with remnants of the fallen, her hand steady despite the chaos. She had always been the light we clung to, a beacon when darkness threatened to engulf us. But now, even her light seemed to flicker, caught in the storm of fear and despair. "Do something," she pleaded, her voice breaking like the wind. "You can't let them take us. Not like this." But I was just a man, a soldier, a reluctant hero caught in the weight of a universe spinning too fast. I remember the way her eyes glistened, a storm of emotion, hope, fear, a plea for salvation. I wanted to be her shield, her savior, but I felt the ground quake beneath me, a reminder of my own fragility. It was chaos, the clash of swords, the cries of the wounded, and within me, a tempest brewed. I thought of the stories, the tales of valor and honor that had been woven around campfires. They seemed laughable now, mere whispers in the face of reality. My heart pounded like war drums against my ribs, a relentless reminder of my own mortality. "Do you remember the tavern?" I shouted to Marcus, a desperate attempt to anchor myself in a memory, a time when laughter echoed louder than screams. The one with the terrible ale and that awful minstrel. He chuckled, a fleeting sound amid the madness. You mean the one where you tried to impress Elena with your terrible dance moves? Right. And she laughed so hard, she nearly choked on her drink. I forced a grin, squeezing a sliver of hope from the depths of my soul. But as the enemy surged forward, my laughter felt hollow, a fragile echo lost in the cacophony of death. Elena moved among the wounded, her hands gentle but firm, a contrast to the brutality surrounding us. I watched her, a fierce determination etched on her face. She whispered words of comfort, her presence a balm for the dying. I wanted to reach out, to tell her that she was the reason I fought, but the words caught in my throat, choked by the weight of impending doom. The battle raged on, a tide of fear and valor crashing against the shores of our resolve. I remember the moments, fragmented and blurred, the way the world felt suspended, time stretched like a taut string, ready to snap. Each clash of metal resonated deep within me, a pulse that matched the rhythm of my heart, a reminder that each heartbeat could be my last. Marcus fought like a lion, fierce and unyielding, but even lions can fall. I watched as he parried, dodged, but then, there it was, the glint of a blade. My breath caught. It plunged into his side, a cruel twist of fate, and time froze. Marcus! I screamed, the sound tearing from my throat like a wounded animal. No. No. I was powerless, trapped in a moment that yanked away my breath, my sanity. Elena rushed to his side, her hands pressed against the wound, blood soaking through her fingers. Stay with me. Please? Her voice trembled, a haunting melody of despair. I felt a chasm open within me, pulling at my very being, threatening to swallow me whole. The battlefield faded, replaced by the haunting silence of my own thoughts, the memories of laughter, shared dreams, whispered secrets. They danced like ghosts around me, beckoning, reminding me of everything I stood to lose. Desperation clawed at me, raw and unyielding. I could not lose him. Not here, not now. I charged forward, a desperate man fueled by something far more powerful than fear, love, friendship, the unbreakable bond forged in the fires of this hellish landscape. Get behind me! I roared, and in that moment, I was a force unleashed, a tempest no longer afraid. The clash of steel sang a new song, a symphony of defiance as I fought to protect everything that mattered. I remember the weight of my sword, the rhythm of my breath as I swung it, heavy, fluid, alive. Each strike was a heartbeat, a desperate plea for survival. I fought not just for glory, but for the souls intertwined in this battle of Marcus, Elena, the memories that had shaped us. And as the darkness loomed, threatening to engulf us, I realized something profound. It was not just about winning or losing, it was about fighting for each other, about finding strength in the bonds we forged amid chaos. The world around us could shatter, but love, friendship, and the fight for a brighter tomorrow would remain eternal, echoing through the ages like a battle cry, a reminder of who we were and what we fought for. The battle raged on, but the heart, once awakened, could never truly be silenced. And then, in the midst of the horror, I caught a glimpse of tomorrow. It whispered promises of dawn, of hope, as I plunged into the fray, ready to face whatever came next. A thunderclap of fury ripped through the night, splintering the silence as the battlefield pulsed with the fervor of impending chaos. I stood there, heart pounding, a mere whisper in the symphony of war. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and something far more sinister, fear. Fear was palpable, it wrapped around us like a shroud, clinging to the skin. We were Evocati, elite warriors, forged in the crucible of countless battles, but even legends trembled in the face of the unknown. I remember Marcus, his face a mask of stoic determination, eyes gleaming with an intensity that spoke of demons long past. His hands gripped his sword, knuckles white, yet there was a tremor beneath the surface. He was a man of fierce honor, but I could see the ghosts of his choices haunting him. Just yesterday, he had spared a soldier's life, a choice made in a moment of mercy, but now it felt like a cruel joke in the face of what was to come. Would this act of compassion lead to our end? The very notion twisted in my gut like a dagger. Then there was Ilara, her spirit bright as a flame, yet flickering under the weight of impending doom. She laughed amidst the horrors, a sharp, wild sound that seemed to mock the very concept of fear. But I knew that laughter was a facade, a shield against the darkness that threatened to engulf her. Each jest was a desperate attempt to silence the creeping doubt gnawing at her soul. "What's a little blood among friends?" she'd quipped, her voice ringing out with defiance. But I could see her eyes, wide and terrified, searching for a way to keep the shadows at bay. The battleground lay before us, a sprawling canvas of mud and blood, where the cries of the wounded intertwined with the roar of the impending storm. The sky overhead swirled with bruised hues, dark clouds coiling like the breath of ancient titans, heralding our fate. We were not just soldiers, we were the embodiment of sacrifice, the keepers of our people's dreams, and yet, that burden felt like an anchor sinking us down into despair. "Advance!" the command sliced through the chaos like a blade. My heart raced, echoing the thundering drums of war as we surged forward. Each step was heavy, weighted with the knowledge that many would not return. I felt the pulse of my comrades around me, a rhythm of bravery and fear, intertwined like ivy clinging to stone. We were a unit, yet within that unity simmered a maelstrom of doubts and regrets. As we crossed the threshold into the fray, adrenaline ignited every nerve. The clash of metal rang out, a furious crescendo of survival. I caught a glimpse of Marcus, his sword a blur as it arced through the chaos, striking and parrying with a fluid grace that was both mesmerizing and horrifying. In that moment, he was a force of nature, a whirlwind of purpose. But behind that bravado lay the torment of choice, a choice that might cost him everything. Ilara was a tempest, too, moving like a wraith, swirling through the throng with an almost supernatural ferocity. Yet, with every foe felled, I could see the weight of death settling on her shoulders. Each life extinguished was a mar on her soul, an echo of the laughter she used to mask her fear. I felt an ache in my chest. How could such fierce joy and gut-wrenching sorrow coexist? The battle was not just outside, it raged within her, too. "Watch your flank," a voice cried out, but it was swallowed by the cacophony. I turned just in time to see a shadow erupt from the darkness, a figure cloaked in malice and intent. The world slowed, each heartbeat reverberating with the promise of violence. In that agonizing moment, I could see Marcus, his back turned, oblivious to the danger closing in. Time stretched, a taut string ready to snap. "Marcus!" I screamed, my voice a roar, desperate plea. But he was lost in the storm, caught in a dance of fate, and I could only watch, horror-stricken, as the enemy surged forward. The sound of steel meeting flesh was a sickening lullaby, and I knew that, for some, this would be the final note. Then I felt it, the sharp sting of betrayal, the cold hand of fate reaching out to drag me into the abyss. A surge of rage propelled me forward, adrenaline flooding my veins as I barreled through the chaos. Every swing of my sword was fueled by desperation, by the haunting thought of losing him. I couldn't let that happen, the weight of our shared dreams was too heavy to bear alone. But as I closed in, I saw Ilara, her laughter now a shriek, her eyes wide with primal terror. She was engaged in a fierce struggle, a dance with death, and I knew I had to reach her. I fought through the throng, each step a battle against the tide of despair threatening to pull me under. For Ilara. For Marcus. For the hope we clung to in the darkest of times. In that moment, everything became a blur, my heart, a drumbeat of defiance against the universe's cruel joke. I felt the air crackle with raw energy, the ground beneath me shifting, and I realized that we weren't just fighting for ourselves, we were fighting for every flicker of possibility, every dream that danced on the edge of oblivion. The Evocati were more than warriors, we were the last bastion against the encroaching darkness. Together? I roared, a battle cry forged in love and desperation. And together we surged onward, a tide of humanity against the void. We were flawed, we were broken, but in that raw moment of crisis, we were alive, pulsing with the ferocity of our will to survive. And as the storms gathered above, I felt the universe hold its breath, waiting for the moment that would seal our fate. The air crackled with tension as the sirens blared, drowning out the distant echoes of lives disrupted. A heartbeat, a pause. Iris stood in the center of the command room, the weight of 100 lives pressing against her chest. She gripped the edge of the table, fingers trembling, blood rushing in her ears. Outside, the world was chaos, flames licking at the sky, shadows dancing like phantoms across the urban sprawl. She could feel the fear radiating from the men and women around her, a palpable force that twisted her stomach into knots. "I remember when it was just training. Just simulations," she muttered to herself, the words barely escaping her lips. Each syllable was a ghost, haunting her resolve. The memory flickered in her mind like a faulty light bulb, faces of friends lost in drills, laughter echoing in the halls, the thrill of imagined heroics. But now? Now it was real. Marcus, a stoic figure with eyes like storm clouds, stood beside her. She could see the lines of worry etching deeper into his forehead, the way his fists clenched at his sides. He had always been the strong one, the rock solid beneath their shared dreams of glory. But now, he was a flickering candle, struggling against an impending storm. "Can you do it, Iris?" he asked, his voice low, almost a whisper. "Can you lead them? Lead them?" The weight of that question hung heavy in the air, like a blade poised to drop. She wanted to scream. Instead, she looked out the window, watching as the world crumbled. In that instant, she was not just Iris, the Evocati. She was a child again, lost in a game of make-believe, wielding a plastic sword against imaginary foes. The irony twisted like a dagger in her gut. Wasn't she trained for this? Didn't she dream of command? I don't know, she stammered, the truth burning hot in her throat. "What if I fail them, Marcus? What if," he cut her off, his voice sharp as glass. "Then we all fail. But what if you don't? What if?" The question echoed in her mind, a relentless refrain that clawed at her insides. She glanced at the clock on the wall, each tick a reminder that time was running out. The war outside wasn't waiting for her to gather her thoughts or muster courage. It was a beast, hungry and relentless, waiting to consume them whole. A low rumble shook the building, and her heart raced. She could feel the pulse of adrenaline, a primal instinct that screamed at her to act. "Get everyone ready," she shouted, her voice cutting through the murmur of uncertainty. "We don't have time to waste." "We need to," but a deep breath caught in her throat as she turned back to Marcus, his face a canvas of doubt and fear. She saw it then, the ghost of their friendship, the camaraderie that had once been unbreakable, now fractured by the weight of their choices. She could feel the tension crackling between them, electric and raw. "I remember when we thought we'd be heroes," he said, his eyes narrowing. "When we thought it would be easy." Easy. The word was a cruel joke. In that moment, a blinding flash of clarity pierced the fog of her uncertainty. She remembered the late night studying strategy, the endless hours spent preparing for a future that felt so far away. But it wasn't far anymore. It was here, breathing down her neck like a predator waiting for its chance. "Don't you see?" she said, her voice trembling yet fierce. "This is our moment. We have to take it. We can't let them down." A flicker of something ignited in Marcus's eyes, hope, fear, determination. She could see it all coiling together, a storm ready to break. "You're right," he whispered, as if speaking it into existence would make it real. "We can't back down now." And then, from the shadows, a figure emerged, Amelia, sharp and fierce, like a hawk ready to strike. She had been a quiet force, always lurking in the background, but now she was the storm, the tempest that filled the room with an unyielding energy. "We're all in this together," she declared, her voice ringing with conviction. "We don't get to choose our battles, but we can choose how we fight them." Iris felt the fire blossom in her chest, the relentless beating of hope intertwining with her fear. She looked at Marcus, and then at Amelia. These were her companions, flawed yet fierce, bound by the uncertainty of their fates. They were no longer just comrades, they were leaders, warriors in the face of despair. "Let's show them what the Evocati really are," she said, her voice rising above the din. "Let's give them a fight they won't forget." The room erupted into a chorus of agreement, the sounds of boots shuffling and weapons being readied. The transformation was electric, a pulse that coursed through her veins. In that instant, she didn't just feel like a leader, she felt like a force of nature, wild and untamed. She could feel the energy swirling around her, the raw power of collective resolve rising like the tide. But even as the adrenaline surged, a whisper of doubt lingered at the edges of her mind. What if they weren't enough? What if they fell? As they moved toward the doors, Iris stole one last glance at the clock, the hands ticking mercilessly forward. And suddenly, she realized time was no longer merely a countdown. It was an infinite loop, a reminder that every moment mattered, that every choice could echo into eternity. She took a deep breath, filled with the scent of sweat and fear and determination. They were not just stepping into a battle, they were stepping into the unknown. But together, they would face it all, flawed, imperfect, but undeniably alive. In that moment, as they stepped into the chaos of the world outside, she felt the shifting of the cosmos, the endless possibility of what lay ahead. There was no going back now, only forward, towards the abyss, and the battle that awaited them. The night was still and heavy, but in their hearts, a fire burned bright, forging a fierce resolve against the shadows that threatened to consume them. The Evocati were not merely soldiers, they were leaders, ready to carve their own fate through the darkness. The rain had begun to fall, a soft patter at first, but soon it became a torrential assault, drumming against the shields and armor of the Evocati huddled in the camp. I could see the shadows of men, their faces shrouded in anxiety, doubt clinging to them like the dampness of the earth. I was there, heart racing, muscles tight with the weight of dread. The air was thick with the scent of wet earth and something acrid, betrayal, perhaps. I remember the moment when Marcus, my closest friend, stood before me, his brow furrowed in anguish, voice trembling like a reed in the wind. "Can you feel it?" he asked, his eyes reflecting the tormented clouds above. "The ground is shifting beneath us." I wanted to laugh, to ease the tension, but my throat was tight, my mouth dry. All I could muster was a nod. Loyalty felt like a fading echo in that moment, more a relic of the past than a guiding light. The camp was alive with whispers, fragments of conversation snaking through the air like ghosts haunting the battlefield. Betrayal lingered in every corner, thick as the fog that rolled in from the hills. Arminius, a soldier who had once shared bread and laughter with us, had crossed the line, defecting to an enemy faction. I could almost hear the collective gasp of my comrades when the news broke, a sound that reverberated through the night like the toll of a death knell. I remembered the way Arminius had laughed, his deep voice booming, the warmth of camaraderie now turned bitter. "Why?" I murmured, staring at the ground, where rain pooled into dark puddles reflecting the chaos above. Why would he do this? The answer danced just out of reach, a cruel jest in the face of our loyalty, twisting in my gut like the dagger that had taken so many lives. Marcus clenched his fists, the knuckles white as bone. Survival, I suppose. Or power. But I swear, if I see him, his voice trailed off, a promise laced with the sharpness of pain. I felt the same fury bubbling beneath my skin, a flame ignited by each thought of betrayal. Then there was Lucius, a lieutenant, a man I had admired for his unwavering resolve. He stood apart from the rest, a figure of stoic contemplation, his face etched with the weight of decisions yet unmade. I saw him pacing, lost in the labyrinth of loyalty and betrayal. He had always been the voice of reason, the guiding hand, but now he seemed like a ship adrift in turbulent waters, unsure of which course to chart. "Marcus," Lucius finally spoke, breaking the silence that had settled like a heavy shroud. "We must think rationally. Take a breath." His words felt like a balm, but they couldn't soothe the fever of fear coursing through my veins. Rationality in times like these felt farce, a flimsy shield against the storms of chaos that threatened to engulf us. Rationality. Marcus scoffed, throwing his hands in the air. When have we ever had the luxury of that? Do you think Arminius made a rational choice when he betrayed us? The tension snapped in the camp, each soldier's thoughts echoing Marcus's fury. Around us, men exchanged glances, eyes flickering with the embers of doubt. The rain continued to pound, relentless and unforgiving, as a war horn shattered the atmosphere, a clarion call that echoed doom. The fog wrapped around our hearts, whispering fears that clawed at our sanity. I could barely breathe, the air heavy with unspoken words. And in the heart of that storm, I felt the rumble of something deeper. The cosmos above spun wildly, and I could almost hear the ticking of a clock, counting down to a moment that would change everything. A confrontation loomed on the horizon, dark as the clouds that threatened to swallow us whole. "Do you remember, Lucius?" I asked, my voice barely breaking the thunderous din before all this. The training, the camaraderie, the dreams of glory. My heart ached with nostalgia, a painful reminder of what we had once stood for. We had believed in honor, in loyalty, the very fabric that held us together. But now, it felt threadbare, ready to unravel. "Memories," he said, a shadow crossing his features. "They can be anchors or chains." His words rang in my ears, and I could see it clearly, the ghosts of our past, haunting us, their faces twisted with regret. The battlefield had forged us, but it was also bending us, twisting the very essence of who we were. The night was closing in, and the storm raged on. The camp was a symphony of unease, each heartbeat a drum of war, each whispered confession a ghostly echo of what was to come. I looked at Marcus and Lucius, their anguish palpable, and I felt an overwhelming weight in my chest. We were teetering on the edge, a precipice, a chasm of loyalty and betrayal. I could feel it in my bones, a tremor that shook the very foundation of our brotherhood. The rain, now mingled with the sweat and fear of men, felt like the tears of the gods, mourning the fate that lay ahead. "Tomorrow," I whispered, my breath hitching with dread, "we may not recognize one another." The word slipped through my lips, haunting and true. A wave of silence settled, broken only by the sound of rain, a relentless reminder of the turmoil swirling around us. "Tomorrow," Marcus echoed, his voice a low growl. "Tomorrow, we will find out who stands with us, and who stands against us." And in that moment, as the storm raged on, I knew we were bound by a fragile thread, our destinies intertwined in a dance of loyalty and betrayal that would echo through the annals of time. We were the Evocati, warriors forged in the fires of conflict, but now, we were on the brink, on the edge of a knife, teetering towards an unknown abyss. Only time would reveal who would fall and who would rise. The cosmos held its breath, and so did we. The air thickens, suffocating under the weight of unspoken truths. The sound of a single heartbeat echoes, a deep, relentless thrum in the silence. I stand on the edge of a crumbling stone balcony, overlooking a city that feels like a ghost of its former self. Shadows flicker beneath the lamplights, whispering secrets only the night can hold. I can taste the iron in the air, a metallic reminder of battles fought and lost, and the promise of recognition that flickers like a distant star. There's a figure below, Titus, face marked by the years and scars of conflict, his eyes a storm of regret and longing. He was once the pride of the Evocati, the elite, the honored defenders of our realm. But tonight, his armor gleams with the dullness of faded glory, burdened by the weight of expectations that have long since turned to dust. I remember the day he was celebrated, parades, banners, the cheers that erupted like thunder. I was there, a child, naive to the cost of honor, blinded by the allure of medals that hang heavy around the necks of the brave. "Do you hear them?" he whispers, voice ragged, breaking the silence. His gaze pierces through the darkness. "They're calling. But it's not for me. Not anymore." His words are a dagger, twisting in the air, a reminder of the fleeting nature of glory. I feel the tremor in my own heart, a reflection of his despair, a fear that gnaws at the edges of my soul. I am Tara's, forever dancing in the shadows of greatness, my own dreams eclipsed by the specters of those who came before me. The Evocati, once paragons of courage, now seem more like hollow shells parading around in the remnants of their past victories, empty echoes of what they once stood for. Across the cobblestone street, beneath a flickering lamp, I see her, Myra, the daughter of a fallen hero, her eyes mirroring the anguish of those who stand on the precipice of insignificance. She clutches a worn leather pouch, an heirloom filled with medals that shimmer in the flickering light, yet they whisper a somber tale. Each piece of metal carries the weight of a life sacrificed, a dream surrendered. I remember the stories she told, tales of valor and sacrifice, how her father fought not for honor, but for the very soul of our city. The burden she carries, heavy and unyielding, threatens to crush her beneath its weight. "Titus," she calls, her voice a blend of steel and vulnerability, catching the wind. "We have to honor them. We must remember. But honor is a fickle mistress, and I know too well that the specter of recognition can be a cruel companion. It dances close, teasing us with glimmers of light, yet always just out of reach. The remembered cheers, the accolades, the promises made in the throes of battle, they linger like a haunting melody. We stand together in the quiet desperation of a world that forgets too easily, that rewards the flashy over the faithful. I remember, Titus says, each word a haunting echo of the past. I remember the night they crowned me, the weight of that laurel, how I thought it would shield me from the darkness. It doesn't. His hands tremble as he brushes a finger over the faded medal on his chest. It only amplifies the echoes of what I've lost. The ghosts gather, swirling around us, memories of comrades whose names faded from the lips of the living. Their laughter dances in the air, sharp and poignant. I listen, heart racing, as Myra speaks of her father, how he wore his honor like a shroud, suffocating him in the end. He fought for something real, for love and hope. But it didn't matter. They've forgotten him. They'll forget us too. Her voice trembles, yet there's a ferocity in her words that ignites something within me. We are the forgotten, the shadows beneath the gilded statues. We are fighting not for recognition, but for the precious spark of remembrance that flickers in the hearts of a few. Is that all we are? I ask, breathless, feeling the weight of the world press against my chest. Just echoes in a city that has moved on. Titus steps forward, his eyes ablaze with a fire that refuses to be snuffed out. No. We are more than that. We must carve our own place in this tapestry of honor. We must remind them that our sacrifices echo beyond medals and ceremonies. And suddenly, time stretches, contracts, warps around us, the city pulsating with life. The shadows deepen, and the distant laughter of the crowds becomes an ominous pulse, a reminder of the recognition we crave, yet dread. I look at them, Titus, the weary warrior, Myra, the grieving daughter, and feel their pain seep into my bones. What if we took that pain and turned it into something beautiful? What if our stories became the fuel that ignites the embers of remembrance? The city around us thrives on the stories of the past, yet we stand at the precipice, poised to redefine honor, to reshape the narrative. The whispers grow louder, a cacophony of dreams and nightmares, promising both reward and retribution. I feel the weight lift for just a moment, the possibility of forging a new path shimmering before us like a distant star. But the moment is fleeting, barely a breath in the vastness of time. The night looms heavy, filled with the ghosts of our past, the promise of our future lingering just out of reach. Each heartbeat thrums with the urgency of our cause. Together, I whisper, the word a fragile promise that hangs in the air, we can make them remember. And as the city breathes around us, a chorus of shadows and echoes, I know we stand on the edge of something monumental. A confrontation awaits, an unveiling of truths, a reckoning with what it means to be remembered, to be honored. The darkness shifts, and the weight of our desires presses on, propelling us into the unknown. I remember the stories, the laughter, the tears. I remember the sacrifices. But as the city sleeps, I cannot forget the shadows that linger, waiting for their moment to rise. The stage is set, and as we step forward, I feel the pull of the cosmos, whispering promises of greatness even amidst the chaos. And we will not forget. Not now, not ever. Thunder rumbled across the battlefield, a growling beast heralding the storm of chaos that was about to descend. In the thick air, heavy with the metallic scent of blood and sweat, Lucius felt his heart pounding in his chest, each thud echoing like a war drum. The cries of the wounded pierced through the fog of war, a cacophony of desperation that clawed at his soul. He stood, armor-dented and dirty, surrounded by men he had known since childhood, now transformed into shadows of their former selves. The ground trembled beneath their feet, not just from the tremors of battle, but from the weight of unspoken fears. I remember, he whispered, voice trembling, when we were boys, dreaming of glory, not knowing the price it demanded. The faces of his comrades blurred into a haunting mosaic, each one a reminder of dreams shattered by the unforgiving reality of military policy, the very lifeblood of the Roman machine. Marcus, his brother in arms, was to his right, his armor gleaming dully in the fading light. A fierce loyalty burned in his chest, but it sat heavily, a lead weight. You think they care for us, Lucius? The Evocati? Marcus spat the name like it was poison. They're just another layer of rot in this decaying world. They sit in their marble halls, sipping wine while we bleed in the dirt. The anger flared in Marcus's chest like a flame, illuminating the depths of betrayal they both felt. You talk as if there's a choice, Lucius replied, the desperation creeping into his voice. Honor binds us, honor. Marcus cut him off, eyes wild, a storm brewing behind them. Honor is a shackle. Look around. We're nothing but pawns in their game. The words hung in the air, a ghostly echo of their shared reality. The Evocati, the elite soldiers of Rome, were not the saviors they once revered. They were a ruthless cadre, elite but detached, manipulating military policy to keep the Senate in power, sacrificing the lives of the very men who fought for their ideals. Each campaign felt like a chess match, and they were mere pieces, hopelessly unaware of the stakes. As the battle raged on, time seemed to fray at the edges. Lucius's thoughts spiraled into memories of laughter, of simpler days when the only battles were in the training yard. He remembered the warmth of the sun on his face, the camaraderie, the dreams whispered by the firelight. But those memories faded with each clash of steel, replaced by the grim specter of survival. I remember, Lucius said again, desperation wrapping around his throat like a noose, the night before our first campaign. We swore an oath to fight for Rome. For honor. For glory. And look where that has led us. Marcus roared, a raw edge to his voice. To slaughter. To death. The only glory here is in the graves we dig for each other. A figure drifted through the smoke, a specter of fate. It was Decimus, their commander, ice cold and calculating, as if he could see the battle not through a soldier's heart but through the lens of strategy. Hold the line, he barked, voice harsh as gravel. A commander shaped by the cruel hands of military policy, he moved like a shadow among the men. They were the tools of his ambition, and if they broke, he would replace them without a second thought. Look at him, Marcus hissed, his voice low and dangerous. Every order that leaves his lips is a death sentence for someone. And all for a cause that doesn't care whether we live or die. Lucius clenched his fists, knuckles white against the weight of his thoughts. The truth was a bitter pill. They were not fighting for Rome, for freedom, or for glory. They were fighting for the whims of men who never saw the battlefield except in maps and reports. The Evocati, those who had once stood as symbols of valor, had become not heroes but harbingers of heartbreak. What will you do when the dust settles, Lucius? Marcus asked, the question striking deep. Will you still believe in this? In them? His voice cracked slightly, revealing the undercurrent of fear that thrummed through him. Lucius opened his mouth to respond, but the truth felt like a blade lodged in his throat. I want to believe, he stammered, but we are not their pawns, Lucius. Marcus shouted, an echo of rebellion sparking in his eyes. We can choose our fate. We can break free. But as the words hung there, heavy in the air, Lucius could see the truth writ large across the battlefield. The soldiers around them, faces contorted in agony and rage, were not free. They were trapped in the maw of war, caught in the web of a policy that saw them as expendable. The world loomed large and indifferent, a cruel cosmos that spun beyond their control. A piercing scream cut through the air, the sound of a life extinguished, and they turned as one, a collective gasp echoing through their ranks. The moment hung suspended, a fragile thread in the tapestry of war. Lucius felt the weight of every life lost crash upon him like a tidal wave, a crushing grief that threatened to consume him whole. I remember, he breathed, when we thought we were invincible. The ground beneath them felt alive, as if it could sense their fear, their anguish. Time twisted and contorted, every heartbeat resonating in their chests. This was not just a fight for survival, it was a battle for their very souls, a confrontation with the ghosts of their pasts. And as the storm gathered strength, a bloody crescendo looming on the horizon, Lucius locked eyes with Marcus, understanding blooming in the silence between them, a shared realization that whether they stood together or apart, the real battle was not against the enemy, but against the tether of fate that bound them to a system that had forgotten their humanity. The sun dipped lower, shadows stretching long across the battlefield as the roar of impending conflict beckoned them back into the fray. A moment formed, suspended in time, where hope flickered like a dying flame. The horizon was painted with the hues of night, a quiet promise overshadowed by the weight of inevitability. And so they stood, two warriors on the cusp of destruction, waiting for the storm to break, the ground beneath them shaking with the footsteps of fate. The winds howled, carrying away the last vestiges of innocence, urging them to confront the fear that lay in wait, every heartbeat echoing, preparing for the moment that would change everything. Rain poured down like a judgment from above, drenching the desolate training grounds where men and women stood shoulder to shoulder, fear etched across their faces. The air was thick with tension, electric and raw, as if the storm itself was holding its breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. A whistle shrieked through the downpour, slicing through the chaos, and in that moment, everything became fresh and primal, the roar of battle, the smell of fear, the taste of adrenaline swirling through the air. I remember that day vividly, the way it began with hope twisting into despair. I was there, among them, feeling the weight of expectation crushing my chest. My hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the awareness of what we were about to become. Evocati, those of us called back to the fray, perhaps too old for this madness, but still burning with the remnants of glory. And the auxiliary forces, fresh-faced recruits eager to prove themselves, their eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and naivety. I saw them, felt their energy, and it was intoxicating. But deep within, the shadows whispered warnings. Liam stood a few feet away, his shoulders hunched like a wounded animal, a man caught between two worlds. I remember the first time I held a weapon. He'd confessed to me once, his voice trembling like the autumn leaves outside our barracks. I was scared, but it felt like power. Now? Now it feels like a noose. The ghost of his past loomed over him, a specter of lost innocence that haunted us both. He had once been a teacher, shaping young minds, but the war had twisted him into something unrecognizable, a weapon of the state. And then there was Marie, fierce and unyielding, a woman who wore her scars like medals. "You think we can change anything?" she snapped, rainwater tracking down her face, mixing with fierce determination. "We are just pawns, glorified cannon fodder." Her fists clenched, nails digging into her palms, and I could see the flicker of hope battling against despair. She had once whispered dreams of a brighter future, but the military machine consumed all light, leaving only shadows in its wake. The whistle shrieked again, shattering the fragile silence, and the world erupted into chaos. The ground shook as we charged forward, hearts pounding like war drums. I ran alongside Liam, his breath ragged beside me, and I felt the pull of his spirit, the struggle not just against the enemy, but against the ghosts that pursued him. Around us, the cries of the auxiliary forces rang out, a symphony of valor and fear, and I knew then that each one of us bore the burden of choice, whether to fight or to flee, to succumb or to rise. Bullets whizzed like angry wasps overhead, each one a reminder of our mortality. The landscape around us morphed into a surreal tapestry of chaos, shadows stretched and twisted as if the very earth was alive with anguish. I remember a moment, fleeting yet eternal, when the world narrowed to the sight of Marie, a fierce warrior cutting through the chaos. She was a vision of determination, a lighthouse amid the storm, her essence shimmering with the raw energy of hope. But beneath that bravado, I saw a flicker of fear, a vulnerability that made her all the more human. "Keep moving," she screamed, her voice a siren call that resonated through the cacophony. I saw it, the way her eyes sparkled with fierce light, even as dread clung to her like a second skin. I felt a surge of admiration mixed with dread, knowing that this battle was not just against an enemy, but against our own hearts, our beliefs, our values, the very essence of who we were. And then, the world shifted. Time splintered into a kaleidoscope of chaos. I was thrown to the ground, the taste of dirt mingling with the metallic tang of blood in my mouth. I looked up, and there was Liam, standing tall, a silhouette against the storm, shielded by the chaos that swirled around us. He was shouting something, but the noise drowned him out, just another ghost in the endless din of conflict. I remember the fleeting moments when everything slowed down, the way Marie's hair hung like a dark banner in the wind, the way time bent around our vulnerabilities, drawing us closer. We were more than soldiers, we were fragments of dreams, pieces of a puzzle never meant to be whole. Our lives were riddled with scars, each one a testament to choices made and paths taken, a haunting reminder that our existence lay in the balance. And then it came, shattering clarity, a moment suspended in a world of chaos. A flash of light, a sharp pain. My heart thundered against my ribcage, each beat a clarion call. I could see Liam, his face twisted in a mask of horror as he reached for me, his hand outstretched. But then the world flipped, and darkness swirled like smoke, pulling me under, drowning my screams. I was left with the weight of memories, each one a ghost whispering secrets of battles fought and lives lost. The Evocati and auxiliary forces, bound together in a symphony of desperation and valor. I could feel the weight of their dreams, their fears, a tapestry woven with threads of sacrifice. In that haunting silence, I understood, this was not just a battle for survival but a struggle for identity, for the very essence of who we were. Each heartbeat echoed in the void, a reminder that we were not just soldiers, we were human, fragile, and fiercely alive. And as the echoes of our cries faded into the storm, I knew that the integration of Evocati and auxiliary forces was not an end, but an awakening. A journey into the heart of darkness where we must forge our own destinies, unbroken, unyielding. And somewhere, beyond the chaos, I felt the stirrings of hope, fragile yet fierce, a flicker against the encroaching night. It urged us onward, tethered to something greater, something unfathomable. As we fought, as we bled, the essence of our humanity pulsated through the storm, ready to reclaim the light against all odds. The silence hung like a thick fog, oppressive and stifling in the dimly lit barracks where we gathered. Outside, the wind howled, a primal scream that echoed against the cracked walls. Inside, we were cloistered, a band of souls tethered not by blood but by the weight of a shared promise. I could hear the shallow breaths of my comrades, feel the electric tension coiling like a snake ready to strike. Each heartbeat was a countdown, every second pulsed with the specter of dread. I remembered the day I arrived here, like a newfound ghost haunting the remnants of a life long past, a life that felt like a tale told to a stranger. My palms still tingled with the grit of uncertainty, the taste of ash that lingered in my mouth when I first crossed the threshold into the Evocati, the chosen ones, the damned. The community, they called it, but it often felt like a prison. I could still see the inside of the transport vessel, the metallic scent of fear and sweat suffocating the air. I had thought, this is it. This is where I will become something more. Sitting across from me, Clara's eyes reflected the flickering candlelight, shadows dancing like memories in a tempest. She was a warrior, fierce yet fragile, with scars etched into her skin like a map of battles won and lost. I caught her gaze, and in that moment, we shared an unspoken understanding. She didn't belong here, not truly. Her laughter, once joyful, was now a sharp-edged echo that cut through the silence. "What are we doing, Jack?" she whispered, voice laced with a haunting vulnerability that gripped my chest. "What are we fighting for?" I had no answer, just a knot of emotions twisting tighter within me. The Evocati were warriors, yes, but we were also the ghosts of our former selves, cloaked in memories that slipped like sand through our fingers. The world outside, that chaotic, pulsing heart of the city, had forgotten the Evocati. We were not heroes, we were remnants, trapped in a loop of despair and courage, of loyalty and betrayal. Then there was Malik, always the optimist, the light in the suffocating darkness. Even now, as we huddled together, he cracked a smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "I remember the first time I saw the stars," he said, voice soft yet electric, as if conjuring a distant memory. "They seemed so close, like I could reach out and touch them. Now, they feel like an old friend I've forgotten." His words hung in the air, a bittersweet truth that danced between us, pulling at heartstrings we thought were long dead. But Malik's optimism was a mask, and beneath it lay the same fear that gnawed at the rest of us. "Do you ever think about what awaits us?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The question hung heavy, a specter of its own. Clara shuddered, the flicker of hope extinguished in her eyes. "Every night," she confessed. "Every night I wonder if this is the last." The walls around us were closing in, the air thick with unspoken fears. I could almost taste it, the bitterness of despair, the sweet tang of rebellion. I looked around at my comrades, their faces etched with lines of worry, of exhaustion, of a longing for something more than this suffocating existence. I remembered the first time I stepped outside the barracks, the world an unfamiliar cacophony, the clang of metal on metal, the cries of the forgotten echoing down grimy alleyways, the stench of decay mixing with the hope of rebellion. Here, we were not just fighters, we were a community woven together by the threads of our darkest fears and our brightest dreams. But every day, the line blurred, and it became harder to tell if we were fighting for a future or merely surviving a nightmare. A loud crash from the far corner jolted us from our reverie. The moment shattered like glass against the cold stone of our reality. I jumped to my feet, panic pooling in my stomach. Clara was at my side, eyes wide, breath quickening as she reached for my hand. The familiar grip of her fingers intertwined with mine, a lifeline in a storm. We rushed to the source of the commotion, hearts racing, our footsteps echoing in a rhythm of dread. The room was dark, shadows playing tricks on our minds, but there he was, Malik, crouched beside a fallen shelf, items scattered in disarray, his face pale beneath the flickering light. "I can't find it," he shouted, desperation tinging his voice. "I can't find the map." The weight of his words pressed down on us, carving a hollow ache in my chest. The map, a lifeline, our connection to the outside world and a future we yearned for. Without it, we were adrift, lost in an ocean of despair. Clara knelt beside him, fingers trembling as she rummaged through the debris. "We'll find it," she urged, though I could hear the fragility in her voice, the fear lurking like a shadow just out of sight. Time stretched like taffy, and with every passing moment, the air grew heavier, suffocating. I glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands ticking with a relentless cadence, mocking us in our frenzy. We were running out of time, but the fear was a thick fog, wrapping around us, pulling us deeper into the abyss. And then, in a moment suspended in time, Clara's fingers grazed something cold and metallic. "Here," she exclaimed, pulling it from the rubble, her eyes alight with a flicker of hope. But just as quickly, it extinguished. The map was torn, jagged edges whispering of lost paths and broken promises. "It's not whole," Malik murmured, defeat settling into his bones. The weight of our reality crashed down upon us, a tidal wave of despair. It was all slipping away, the dreams, the hope, the community we'd built, fraying like the edges of the map in Clara's hands. I felt the ache in my chest swell, a raw wound exposed to the elements. "What do we do now?" I whispered, the weight of the question hanging heavy in the air. The shadows stretched longer, and the silence returned, but it was no longer suffocating. It was a shared moment of understanding, a bond forged in the fire of our desperation. We were lost, yet somehow, we were still here. And in that darkness, we would find a way to fight. I took Clara's hand, and Malik followed suit, a circle of warmth in the chill of uncertainty. We would face whatever came next together, the echoes of our hearts a steady drumbeat in the shadows. The night was far from over, and neither was our story. The air crackled like the tension before a storm, thick with anticipation. Shadows danced under the moonlight, twisted shapes that whispered of secrets and lost souls. The scent of earth and iron filled my nostrils, blood and sweat mingling in the chaotic theater of war. Just ahead, the clang of swords echoed like a heartbeat, a relentless rhythm that could drown out thought itself. And there they were, the Evocati of Dacia, standing resolute, poised on the brink of chaos. I remember the first time I saw Marcus. His eyes were fierce, catching the light of the flickering torches like embers ready to ignite. A soldier bred from the grit of battle, he wore his scars like trophies. Yet beneath that hardened exterior, I glimpsed a ghost, an unshakable sorrow that haunted him, a grief that twisted tighter with each passing skirmish. He had lost men before, brothers forged in the fire of combat, and every death carved deeper wounds into his heart. "I should have saved them," he would whisper in the stillness of the night, his voice cracking, the weight of guilt pressing down like an anvil. Then there was Aurelia, her spirit as fiery as her auburn hair. She fought not just for glory but for her homeland, a land that had seen too much suffering, too much loss. She was fierce, a whirlwind of defiance clothed in leather and steel, but every swing of her sword was driven by desperation. "I can't let them take this away from us," she would scream, her voice cutting through the din of the battlefield like a jagged blade. Each time she struck, I felt the pulse of her heart synchronizing with the rhythm of the fight, each kill a mixed blessing, each victory a step closer to the abyss. As the clash of arms grew louder, I felt that familiar knot tighten in my chest. The enemy surged like a dark tide, a relentless wall of fury and fear. I could see Marcus leading the charge, his silhouette framed by flames. He was a titan among men, but even titans falter. A scream pierced the night. One of his men, a boy really, barely old enough to hold a sword. The sound echoed in my mind, a haunting refrain that would not let go. I watched as Marcus stumbled, his resolve cracking, his heart torn between duty and despair. And Aurelia, fierce and unwavering, she moved like a shadow among the chaos, a predator in a world gone mad. But even shadows have their limits. She fought valiantly, but as she turned to face another foe, I caught a glimpse of fear in her eyes, a flicker of doubt that threatened to consume her. "What if I can't protect them?" she murmured under her breath, and I realized then that every warrior carries the burden of their own frailty, their own mortality. In the midst of the carnage, I felt a stillness, a moment where time seemed to fracture. I remembered the stories, the ancient tales of heroes who faced insurmountable odds and emerged victorious, but this was not a story. This was life stripped bare, raw, and unyielding. There were no easy answers, no grand conclusions, just the relentless push and pull of survival. With a surge, the enemy broke through the line. I could feel the panic rippling through the ranks, the sense of impending doom settling like a heavy fog. It was then that time slowed, and I could hear my own heartbeat, each thump a reminder of my own fragility. Marcus caught my eye, his gaze a mixture of determination and despair. "Stay with me," he pleaded, and in that moment, I felt the weight of his unspoken fears. Aurelia was there too, her breath coming in quick bursts, her strength waning. "We have to hold the line," she shouted. And yet, even as she rallied the soldiers around her, I could see the fear clawing at her spirit. She was fighting not just for victory but against the specter of loss that haunted every warrior's heart. The battle roared on, a maelstrom of fury and blood. I could smell the coppery tang of life ebbing away, the very essence of humanity sacrificed on the altar of war. I felt the grip of despair tightening around my throat, a noose woven from the threads of fear and loss. In the chaos, I saw Marcus fall to his knees, a sword thrust into his shoulder, the pain etched on his face, but it was the look in his eyes that shattered me. It was the look of a man who had fought long and hard against the tide, only to feel it pull him under. "Aurelia," he gasped, the name escaping his lips like a prayer, a plea for salvation, for connection, for anything but this. She rushed to his side, her hand wrapping around his, the warmth of her touch a lifeline. I'm here," she whispered, but even as she spoke, the walls of the world around them crumbled. Time was slipping through their fingers, like sand in an hourglass, and I felt the weight of their impending loss, the inevitability of their struggle etched into every fiber of my being. And then it happened, a moment that shifted everything. Aurelia, fueled by a fierce love that transcended fear, roared a battle cry that echoed through the darkness, resonating with the spirit of every soldier on that bloody ground. It was a sound that shattered the silence of despair, a declaration of defiance against the encroaching shadows. With renewed fervor, she fought, propelled by the very essence of hope and sacrifice. I could see her transformation, the way she became both warrior and guardian, a beacon in the midst of despair. In that fleeting moment, I felt something shift within me, a surge of hope, a flicker of light in the suffocating darkness. But the battle raged on, relentless and unforgiving, a cruel reminder that the line between victory and defeat is as thin as a whisper. The clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, it all melded into a symphony of chaos. In that cacophony, I found solace, a strange comfort in the chaos, a reminder that even in the darkest moments, the spirit of resilience burns bright. And as I stood there, captivated by the tumult of life and death, I understood that the story was far from over. The Evocati would rise, they would fight, and in their struggles lay a truth as profound as the stars above, each heartbeat, each breath, each moment of sacrifice a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. Time rolled on like a river, and I felt it carry me along, an unstoppable force, entwining us all in its relentless embrace. The air crackled with tension, a tightrope stretched thin, ready to snap. I stood there, heart pounding, as shadows danced beneath the flickering torchlight of the wooden tent. Outside, the heavy clang of swords echoed through the camp, a grim symphony of the Germanic wars. My hands trembled, not from fear, but from the weight of a choice that twisted my gut into knots. Around me, men I had fought beside were sharpening blades, their faces hardened with resolve, yet I felt like a ghost, caught between loyalty and the gnawing doubt that clutched at my soul. I remember the first time I saw Marcus, his laughter like a balm against the rawness of our reality. It was a night much like this one, the stars hiding behind a blanket of darkness, and we had been drinking. "You think they can take our land?" he had chuckled, eyes bright with youthful defiance. I had laughed too, the sound soaring into the night air, blocking out the cries of distant battles. But now, that laughter felt like a distant memory, haunting me as I stared at the man who might become the enemy. Marcus was a warrior, sure, but loyalty can twist like a dagger in the dark. His father had fallen to the Germans, vengeance was a fire that burned in his chest. "They will pay," he had said, voice low and steady, but beneath the surface, I sensed the madness that lurked. Would he let that fire consume him? Would he abandon the bond we shared in this reckless pursuit of honor? And then there was Lucius, my brother in arms, but also a mirror reflecting my own deepest fears. A man of quiet strength, but every decision weighed on him like an iron chain. He had stood beside me when I faltered, but in this war, who would take a knee for whom? "We fight for Rome," he would declare, but what did that truly mean? To him, it was duty. To me, it was a question mark lingering in the backdrop of our blood-soaked reality. Would he follow Marcus into the void, or would he cling to what was left of our fragmented camaraderie? The air grew thick, the scent of sweat and iron wrapping around me like a shroud. Shadows crept closer, the flickering flames casting eerie figures that twisted and writhed, threatening to consume us all. I could hear the distant cries of men, their voices barely audible over the clash of steel, but they echoed in my mind like a chorus of the damned. Each shout, each battle cry, was a reminder that loyalty would have its price. "Fight or die," I whispered to myself, the mantra thrumming through my veins. The moment was now, and every heartbeat was a countdown. I remembered a time when life was simpler, when we had shared dreams of glory, our ambitions untainted by blood. "We'll be heroes," I had said, buoyed by youthful optimism, but now, standing on the precipice of war, I felt the weight of 1,000 fallen heroes pressing down on me. I stepped outside the tent, the chill of the night biting at my skin. The camp was alive with chaos, men moving like shadows, urgency palpable in every hurried step. My heart raced as I spotted Marcus, his blade glinting under the pale moonlight, face set in grim determination. I wanted to shout, to reach out and pull him back from the brink, but words caught in my throat. Instead, I watched as he fell into the rhythm of the fight, a dance of death that entangled him deeper in the web of violence. Lucius was there too, his eyes locked on me, pleading, yet filled with a resolve that sent a chill down my spine. "We can't turn back, not now," he urged, and I could see the shadows of doubt lurking behind his gaze. The weight of his loyalty pressed against my chest, squeezing the air from my lungs. But what about my loyalty to him? To Marcus? What price was I willing to pay for this war? And then it happened, a clash so violent it reverberated through the camp. The ground shook, a visceral reminder that we were not just fighting for glory or honor. We were fighting for our lives, for the memories that would haunt us long after the swords had been sheathed. The night exploded into chaos, screams mingling with the clang of armor, and I felt the walls of my resolve begin to crumble. "Stay together!" I shouted, voice rising above the din, but as I turned, I saw Marcus charging forward, a wild fury in his eyes, and I knew then that the bond we had forged was fracturing. He was lost to the madness, the hunger for retribution consuming him whole. I wanted to reach for him, to pull him back from the edge, but his silhouette faded into the fray, swallowed by the tide of battle. The air thickened, and I felt a cold sweat trickle down my spine as I turned back to Lucius. "We have to pull him out," I cried, but even as the words left my lips, I knew the truth. There was no pulling back from this abyss. The war had already begun to claim its victims, and loyalty was merely a whisper in the storm. I remember the sound of metal clashing, the chaos swirling around me as I fought to find my footing. Each strike was a heartbeat, each breath a reminder of what lay ahead. I could see the ghosts of my comrades, their faces flickering in and out of existence, and I wondered who among us would fall before dawn broke. Time felt suspended, a cruel joke played by the universe, each second ticking slowly, painfully, while the world around us turned savage. And then, in the depths of the chaos, I saw Marcus fall. The sight was like a punch to the gut, a dagger twisting deep into my soul. He hit the ground, and I felt a part of myself shatter with him. I froze, a statue caught in the storm, the world crashing down around me. My heart raced, despair clawing at my insides. "Marcus!" I screamed, but the word was lost in the chaos, swallowed by the desperate cries of men. I felt Lucius at my side, a silent question in his eyes. Would we rush in, face the storm together, or would we stand frozen, paralyzed by the weight of our choices? In that moment, I understood. The test of loyalty was here, brutal and raw, demanding everything of us. Shadows loomed larger than ever, and the war outside raged on, a relentless tide consuming all it touched. The ghosts of our decisions hung heavy in the air, and the only thing I knew for certain was that we were all just pawns in a game much larger than ourselves. And deep down, I felt the truth unfurling like a dark flower, whispering that no matter the outcome, loyalty would demand its blood. The air crackled with a silence so profound, it swallowed the clamor of war. I stood there, surrounded by the remnants of a half-lit camp, the lingering scent of smoke tainting the night like an uninvited ghost. Shadows danced, flickering in the glow of a dying fire, and I felt the weight of 100 gazes, hungry, fearful, unresolved. Above, the moon dripped silver onto the desert, illuminating the faces of men who wore their courage like a tattered cloak, frayed at the edges, full of holes. "Look at them," a voice rasped beside me. It belonged to Gaius, his once bright armor now dulled by dirt and despair. His eyes, however, possessed a fire that would not extinguish. "They think they're invincible." I glanced at our soldiers, huddled together, whispering prayers as if they were bargaining with the gods. They were young, yet their faces carried the weight of ages, fear-etching lines deeper than any sword. "They're not invincible." "None of us are," I whispered back, the bitter taste of truth heavy on my tongue. I could feel my heart pounding, a relentless drum echoing in the stillness. "But we have to fight. It's what we were made for." The words tasted bitter, yet they were a mantra, a lifeline thrown into an ocean of uncertainty. Lucius, our strategist, sat alone, poring over maps that seemed to mock the futility of our situation. His brow was furrowed, deep creases marking the map of his mind. "This is madness," he muttered, tracing the lines with a finger stained by ink and anticipation. "We're charging into the maw of a lion, Gaius. They're waiting. They know we're coming." I wanted to tell him it was all right, that we would find a way, but the truth hung between us like a developing storm. I turned away, staring at the horizon where the mountains loomed ominously, their peaks swallowed by the night. I remembered the last battle against the Parthians, remembered the screams that carved through the silence, the blood that soaked the earth, a tapestry of agony woven into the fabric of time. "Do you remember the campfires of home?" I asked, half dreaming, half wishing. "The laughter? The songs?" "Songs?" Gaius scoffed, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips, but his eyes remained stormy. "You mean the drunken crooning of men who bathed once a year?" "Yes, fitting for a serenade." I let out a shaky laugh, feeling the tension shift, if only for a moment. "Exactly. Romance in the medieval era was earthy." The laughter hung, lighter than the heaviness of the night, but it quickly dissipated, swallowed by the foreboding. "We're not just fighting them," Lucius interjected, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. "We're fighting our pasts, our ghosts. The ones that haunt us, both on and off the battlefield." Ghosts. The word lingered like a bitter taste, conjuring memories of those we had lost, of friendship severed by the blade of fate. I could feel the tug of grief, a familiar companion that gnawed at my heart. I had buried brothers in arms, men who had laughed at the absurdity of life, who had shared their dreams with me under those same stars that now felt so distant. What if, I started, but the thought fell away, overshadowed by the encroaching darkness. The Parthians were cunning, relentless. Their chariots glinted under the sun, their warriors moving like a whisper through the dust, and we were but flickering candles before a tempest. Suddenly, the distant sound of drums penetrated the air, a chilling rhythm that sent shivers down my spine. It was the call of war, an anthem both exhilarating and terrifying. "They're preparing," I murmured, my voice swallowed by the night. "Then we prepare too," Gaia said, determination pulsing in his veins. "We stand, we fight. We can't let fear chain us to the ground." But fear was a masterful puppeteer, and it tugged at my heartstrings, pulling me deeper into the abyss of uncertainty. I glanced back at Lucius, and for an instant, I saw a flicker of hope in his eyes, a reminder of the man who strategized not just with maps, but with dreams of a brighter tomorrow. "Fight for your dreams," I said, my voice stronger now, weaving through the night air. "Fight for the laughter we once shared, for the songs that echoed in our hearts. This isn't just a battle against flesh and blood, it's a fight for the very essence of who we are." And then, as if compelled by some unseen force, the camp erupted into motion. Men sprang from their stoic shadows, the fire igniting their resolve. The air thickened with adrenaline, and I could feel my pulse matching the insistent beat of the war drums. We donned our armor, a second skin that felt too heavy yet comforting, a reminder of battles fought and those yet to come. I caught a glimpse of Gaius, his face a mask of fierce determination, while Lucius moved with a precision that belied the chaos around him. "Remember," he called out, his voice rising above the clamor. "We are more than soldiers. We are the echoes of history, the dreams of those who came before us. Let them hear us." As we lined up, the tension was palpable, a living entity that wrapped around us, squeezing tighter with every heartbeat. There was no going back now, we were on the precipice of something grand and terrifying. I could feel the weight of time pressing down, a cosmic clock ticking in the shadows. And then, as the first light of dawn cracked the horizon, the world held its breath. The air shimmered with the promise of blood, sweat, and tears, the unyielding essence of humanity. The drums continued, each beat a step closer to our destiny. "Forward!" Gaius shouted, the word a thunderclap, a pulse that reverberated through our very souls. With that single word, we surged ahead, bound by our fears, our dreams, and the relentless hope that beat in every heart. In those moments, we were not just warriors, we were the embodiment of history, the echoes of countless battles, all converging into one fierce, spine-chilling moment. And as we charged into the unknown, I knew this was just the beginning, a tempest ready to unleash its fury, a tapestry still woven with the threads of fate. The sound of a distant horn shattered the tranquility, a long, mournful note that reverberated through the air like a harbinger of doom. I stood atop the crumbling battlements, the stones beneath my fingers cool and rough, a reminder of countless hands that had weathered storms, both natural and human. Below, the city sprawled, a patchwork of rooftops clinging to life under a leaden sky. Shadows danced menacingly, threatening to engulf the last vestiges of hope. I could feel it, the pulse of fear thrumming in my veins, mixing with the scent of damp earth and the acrid smell of smoke curling up from the horizon. "They're coming." The voice pierced the fog in my mind, a sharp blade cutting through the haze. It belonged to Arlen, my closest ally and the embodiment of courage wrapped in a fragile shell. His eyes were wide, glassy with anxiety, yet a fire flickered within, a relentless defiance against the encroaching darkness. "We have to prepare." "Prepare? For what?" I spat, a bitter laugh escaping my lips. The irony was too much. Here we were, Evocati, guardians of the Empire, and yet we stood like sentinels over a crumbling kingdom, our fortifications barely a bulwark against the tides of chaos. What can we do against an army that has no fear? Arlen clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white against the backdrop of despair. "We fight. We fight because it's all we have left. We owe it to those who came before us." And there it was, the weight of history bearing down on us, an invisible chain binding us to the past. I remembered the stories the elders told by flickering firelight, tales of glory and valor mingled with the stench of death. I remembered the whispers of ghosts that haunted the fortifications, soldiers forever trapped in their last moments. I could feel them now, their essence swirling around me, urging me onward. But what of the future? What of the lives we were supposed to protect? I thought of Myra, the girl I had loved in the shadows of these very walls, her laughter echoing in my mind like a sweet melody turned sour. Would I ever hear that laughter again? Or would it be replaced by the cries of the fallen, lost amidst the ruins of our faded ambitions? Each stone here carries a life, I murmured, almost to myself as I ran my hand over the ancient fortifications, a mix of pride and anguish welling up within me. What if they fall? What if we fail? Arlen turned to me, his gaze fierce, igniting a flicker of resolve within my heart. Then we fight harder. We fight for every life that depends on us. We are the last line. We are the Evocati. The air crackled with unspoken energy, a spark igniting the dry tinder of our desperation. The distant sound of marching boots grew louder, a rhythmic thump that synchronized with my racing heartbeat. Each step echoed like a death knell, ominous and unyielding. I glanced over my shoulder, my heart aching with a sudden swell of longing. Myra stood at the edge of the courtyard, her silhouette a haunting reminder of what I fought for amidst the chaos. She had always been the bright flame in my darkened world, yet now, in the shadow of impending doom, she looked like a ghost, flickering on the edge of reality. "Don't!" I shouted, panic clawing at my throat. "Get back inside. It's not safe." Her eyes met mine, a storm of emotion swirling within. "I won't hide while you fight. I can help. Help!" The word hung heavy in the air, tainted by the bitter truth of our reality. But how could I protect her if she were in the line of fire? I remembered the moment we had first met, a fleeting glance across the bustling marketplace, her laughter ringing like chimes in the wind. I remembered the warmth of her hand in mine, the way we had shared dreams under the stars, whispers of a future that now felt impossibly far. But life, especially in times of war, was cruelly absurd. I wanted to shield her, to keep her safe within the walls of my heart, but the weight of duty bore down like an iron shroud. "You're not a soldier!" I cried, my voice rising in desperation. "Neither are you," she shot back, fire igniting her eyes. "Yet here we are, standing on the brink of oblivion. I won't let you fight this battle alone." In that moment, the world around us faded, and all that existed was the fierce resolve in her gaze. The air buzzed with a tension that wrapped around us, binding us together in a single heartbeat, a moment suspended in time. I saw not just her determination but the fear that flickered beneath it, a mirror of my own. The horn blared again, a clarion call that shook the very foundations of our resolve. The enemy was at the gates, and we were the last, fragile defense against the tide. "Arlen, Myra, gather the others!" I commanded, my voice stealing with newfound purpose. "We hold the line. We do not falter. We do not break." As they moved to rally the remaining Evocati, I felt the shadows lengthen, creeping closer, threatening to engulf us. Each heartbeat drummed a rhythm of dread, yet amidst that dread, a flicker of defiance ignited in my chest. We were flawed, we were scared, but we were here. We were alive, and in that aliveness lay an ember of hope. The fortifications loomed around us, ancient stones weathered by time and blood, but they stood as our sanctuary, our last bastion against the encroaching darkness. I could almost hear the whispers of the fallen urging us on, their ghostly fingers brushing against my skin, reminding me that we were not just fighting for ourselves but for everyone who had ever stood watch, every life that had ever breathed within these walls. The enemy's screams pierced the air, a cacophony of fury as they surged forward. And in that moment, I realized fear is a cruel companion, but it is also a powerful catalyst. Armed with resolve, I faced the oncoming storm, ready to fight for every heartbeat that echoed in this fortress of stone and memory. The shadows might close in, but we would not go quietly into that night. No. We would stand, together, until the bitter end. The wind howled as if the very earth was screaming. Clouds churned above, heavy and dark, pregnant with rain, while the air crackled with tension. A figure stood at the edge of the crumbling cliff, heart racing, a storm of thought swirling within. Marcus, a young Evocatus, who had once drawn his sword for glory, now grappled with a different kind of war. Loyalty was slipping through his fingers like sand. Before him lay the city, looming and ancient, filled with whispers of a new faith, a force that could shatter the very fabric of their world. Do you see them? Claudia whispered, her voice barely cutting through the tempest that surrounded them. She stood beside him, clutching the talisman that once brought her comfort, now feeling heavy as lead. They are waiting for us. Her eyes, a mixture of fear and fierce determination, mirrored the turmoil inside him. The people below, unaware of the struggle between life and death, hope and despair, clung to their rituals, their traditions, all while a new doctrine threatened their very existence. I remember, Marcus's voice trembled, the words choking him. I remember when this was just about fighting, about honor. Now it's about everything. His breath caught, his heart pounded a relentless beat, echoing the chaos within. He turned to Claudia, searching her face for answers, for strength, for something that could anchor him. But her gaze drifted beyond him, toward the horizon, where the land kissed the sky, where the promise of change hovered like a specter. They were soldiers, yes, but what did it mean to be a soldier when the battleground moved from field to heart? The shadows of doubt danced around them, casting long figures against the jagged rocks. What if, Claudia's voice cracked, what if we're wrong? What if the gods we've worshipped abandon us? The thought rattled Marcus. He felt it like a dagger to the chest, piercing through layers of loyalty forged in blood and sweat. I remember the days, he began, eyes distant as memories flooded in, when we believed in the might of Rome, the strength of its legions. But now, a shudder coursed through him. Now I can't tell if I'm terrified or free. A thunderclap echoed, shaking the ground beneath them, a cruel reminder that time was running out. The city beneath pulsated with life, men hawking their wares, women tending to children, the laughter of the young mixing with the cries of the old. And yet, in the shadows, there were whispers, murmurs of a new path, a new king who loved the unlovable, a savior whose message struck a chord in the hearts of the weary. Claudia stepped closer, her breath mingling with the rain, creating a mist that blurred their vision. What if we leave it all behind? The swords, the shields, the oaths, the question hung thick in the air, an unthinkable proposition that sent shivers down Marcus's spine. What if we become something else? Those words struck like a bolt of lightning, illuminating a truth they both feared to confront. He could see the flicker of hope in her eyes, the longing for a world untainted by bloodshed, a world where God didn't crave sacrifice. You speak of things that can't be undone, he replied, voice low, trembling on the edge of a decision that could shatter them both. Or perhaps, she countered, of things that can finally be begun. The weight of her words hung heavy between them, each syllable a heartbeat echoing in the silence of the storm. Around them, the wind howled louder, drowning out the din of their fears. Marcus's mind raced, heart pounding like a war drum. What if he stepped away from the legacy he had known? What if he turned his back on his brothers in arms, the very essence of his being? The thought was paralyzing. Yet, beneath the fear, a flicker of something else ignited, an ember of longing for freedom, for redemption, for a chance to live differently. I can't betray them, he whispered, anguish flooding his voice, feeling that very loyalty begin to fray. What kind of man was he if he turned his back? The Evocati, the elite, the chosen, who would he be without that mantle? But the shadows of doubt pressed in closer, whispers wrapping around him, tightening their grip. Betrayal. Claudia scoffed, eyes fierce, burning with a fire that could consume him. What is betrayal but a matter of perspective? You think they won't betray you first? They will, Marcus. Power corrupts. And those who claim to be your brothers will turn on you the moment you question their gods. Her voice trembled, filled with conviction, a rallying cry against the blind loyalty they had both clung to. The intensity of the moment crackled between them, each heartbeat a countdown to an inevitable confrontation. But what if we're wrong, he pleaded, longing for certainty amidst the swirling chaos of emotions. What if this faith, this new belief, is just another illusion? Then we embrace the darkness together, she said, taking his hand, their fingers interlocking, a fragile bond in the eye of the storm. We face it, and in facing it, we become more than just soldiers. More than just pawns in a game played by gods who don't care. The city below began to stir, the sounds of a gathering thrumming through the earth. Fingers of shadow reached out, creeping into the corners of their minds, whispering doubts they couldn't afford to ignore. The storm rumbled, a growl in the distance. Marcus felt the weight of history crumbling around him, a world about to split apart, faith and fear battling like titans in the night. "I remember," he began again, but those words faded as he gazed into Claudia's eyes, seeing reflected fears, dreams, and an unquenchable fire. The confrontation was at hand, and the choice lay bare before them, a delicate thread between loyalty and liberation. As the sky opened, pouring rain like a cascade of tears, they stood on the edge, not just of a cliff, but of a precipice that could plunge them into the depths of despair or lift them into the vast unknown of hope. With every heartbeat, the decision loomed larger, the moment stretching into eternity. They were about to leap, into the darkness, into the light, into a world waiting for the final act of defiance. And as they clung to each other, the storm raging, the city below oblivious, a new dawn was breaking, not just in the sky, but in their hearts, a dawn that promised change, upheaval, and the undeniable truth of their own humanity. The narrative of their lives was shifting, like the very earth beneath them, and with it, the world they knew would never be the same again. The air thrummed with anticipation, buzzing like a wasp's nest disturbed. A lone street lamp flickered, casting long shadows on the cobblestones, revealing the ghosts of the past that haunted these streets. I stood there, breath hitching, the weight of my mail shirt heavy upon my chest. The clang of metal echoed as I tightened my grip on my sword, my heart racing, a metronome pounding against the silence. I could taste the grit of fear on my tongue, the scent of war in the night air, a stench that would claw at our throats long before the dawn arrived. I remember the faces of my comrades, weary but fierce. Marcus, the scarred veteran whose laughter had been silenced by loss, stood with his back straight, eyes narrowed against the encroaching darkness. I remember how he would spin tales of glory back when the Empire was still whole, but now, those stories felt like shackles dragging him into the abyss. "Tonight, we stand or we die," he whispered, voice trembling yet resolute, as if the words themselves could conjure salvation from the ether. Then there was Julia, fierce and unyielding. Her hair, a wild manet of curls, danced in the night wind, framing her face like the fiery sunset that had once heralded our victories. A soldier forged in the fires of loss, she bore the deep mark of sorrow on her heart. Her brother, taken by the very enemies we now prepared to face. For him, she murmured, and I saw the fire flicker in her green eyes, a flame that could consume us all. I could see the resolve and the grief wrestling for dominance within her, turning her into a weapon, sharp and dangerous. We were not just soldiers, we were haunted figures, burdened by the memories of ghosts in armor. The night echoed with the slow, deliberate march of time. I could feel its pulse, the ticking of a clock that only counted down to despair. There was no escape from the relentless advance of our enemy, the shadows creeping over the horizon like a dark tide. As I stood there, the enormity of our situation weighed heavily upon me. Would we face the onslaught? Would we crumble under the weight of our own fears? The first eruption came like thunder, a sudden clash of steel and screams slicing through the silence. My heart raced like a wild stallion, and I was thrust into the chaos, blood and sweat, fear and adrenaline. I remember the taste of iron on my lips, the way it mixed with the acrid scent of smoke rising from the burning buildings around us. The world narrowed to the point of my sword, the moment stretching into infinity as I struck, and struck again. Each swing was a desperate plea for survival, a prayer to the gods whose indifference filled the void around us. "Marcus!" I shouted, my voice barely rising above the cacophony. I turned, and he was there, surrounded by writhing shadows, carving his way through them like a sculptor wielding a chisel. But even he faltered, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. I remember the way the shadows seemed to taunt us, whispering ancient secrets of all those who had fallen before. "Keep fighting!" I breathed, knowing full well that we were not just battling the enemy before us, but also the ghosts of the past that lingered in our minds. And in that moment, I saw Julia in the eye of the storm, a whirlwind of rage and sorrow. She fought fiercely, each thrust of her blade a remembrance for her brother, a defiance against the universe that had robbed her of joy. But the fear clung to her like a second skin, and I could see the moments of hesitation flicker on her face as if she was caught in a web of memories, her brother's laughter, the warmth of home, now reduced to ashes. I felt it too, the cruel twist of fate that bound us all, a shared thread woven through our souls. "Julia!" I shouted, but my voice was lost amidst the clatter of death. I remember the moment of clarity as I fought, every cut and thrust clearer than the last. The weight of our lives hung in the balance, and with each breath, I felt the universe collapse in on itself. The enemy surged, a tide of faces reflecting my own fears. They were us, soldiers trapped by circumstance, fighting for a banner that felt increasingly tattered. The night wore on, and the battle raged like a fever dream, each heartbeat echoing the cries of the fallen. I felt the sting of regret in my chest, the dread of what awaited us if we faltered. Would we become the very shadows we fought against? As the enemy fell back, I caught sight of Marcus's face, twisted in agony, a wound that would not heal. We were all wounded, but it was the unseen scars that bled the most. Julia fought beside me, her rage now tempered by sheer will. I could see her flickering between grief and defiance, a light against the encroaching darkness. But every strike she made pushed her closer to the edge, the abyss yawning before her, waiting to swallow her whole. And there it was, the moment when everything hung in the balance. I felt it in my bones, a tremor that shook the very foundations of our resolve. And then it happened. A scream, a sound that ripped through the cacophony, cutting deeper than any blade. Not a soldier's cry, but a gut-wrenching wail of loss. I turned, and my heart dropped. There in the moonlight, stood Julia, frozen, horror etched in her features. No, she cried, and the world shattered around us, her brother's name a ghostly echo that would follow us through the ages. I remember the dread that clutched at my heart, the icy fingers of despair wrapping around my throat. How could we go on? The fight surged anew, but it felt hollow now, each movement burdened by the weight of loss and anguish. Surrounding us were the ruins of our hopes, crumbled like the very empire we sought to defend. I knew then, this was not just a battle for survival, it was a fight against the shadows that threatened to consume our very souls. We were the Evocati, the chosen ones, standing at the precipice of oblivion, grappling with our fears while the world turned to chaos. But as the night deepened, so too did the resolve in our hearts. We were not just soldiers, we were the embodiment of the past and the future, the echoes of history and the dreams of tomorrow. As dawn broke, shrouded in a crimson haze, we stood amidst the ruins, blooded but unbroken, shadows cast long against a sky that promised more darkness. The fight was far from over, and we were bound to each other, forged in the fires of loss, the weight of our memories pressing us onward into the unknown. The air was thick, palpable, like a storm reaching its breaking point. Lightning flickered on the horizon, illuminating the faces of men and women gathered under the vast, dark sky. I could feel the electric pulse in my veins, a mixture of dread and anticipation, as I clutched the worn insignia of the Evocati, a badge of honor, a scar of memory. It felt heavier than it should, a weight that pressed down on my chest like the gathering clouds above. "Do you hear that?" whispered Cassius, his voice barely rising above the nervous shuffling of boots against the dirt. His eyes were wide, reflecting the flickering torchlight, haunted by battles fought and lives lost. I could see the tremor in his hands, the way he gripped the hilt of his sword as if it were a lifeline. "I remember," I murmured, the memory crashing over me like the tide, faces, names, laughter turned to screams. I remember the day they called us back. The day we became ghosts in our own lives. The Evocati, once a symbol of honor, now a reminder of burdens too great to bear. We were veterans, but in every heart, a storm raged. Each of us had stepped away from the battlefield, only to feel the echo of gunfire in our dreams, the shadows of fallen comrades weaving through our waking hours. I was not just fighting for survival, I was fighting against the demons of memory. Just then, the silence shattered. A blast rang through the air, sharp, like a knife slicing through the tension. I turned, heart racing, instinct screaming danger as a shape emerged from the darkness, cloaked in shadows but unmistakably a threat. The fear tightened in my throat, a visceral reminder of everything we had lost. I felt Cassius stiffen beside me, the air between us heavy with unspoken words. "Stand fast, Evocati!" I shouted, my voice slicing through the fear and uncertainty. "We are not ghosts. Not tonight." Even as I said it, doubt gnawed at my insides. I had come to know the taste of despair all too intimately. Each battle, each honor won, felt like a cruel twist of fate that added to the weight of our legacy. I thought of Mara, her laughter echoing in my mind, a fleeting specter of joy now drowned in memories of loss. She had been the fire in our ranks, the one who brought us together, and now, she was a part of the shadows. I glanced at Cassius, and in that moment, I saw his own storm brewing, his loss, his guilt, each emotion carving lines deeper into his weathered face. "We cannot let them take us again," he said, his voice trembling but resolute. "Not when we have so much to fight for." The fire in his eyes was flickering, but I caught the spark, the resolve that ignited like the torches around us. And then, the figure stepped closer, revealing a face marked by time and scars. An enemy, yes, but one that felt almost familiar. His eyes held the same haunted look as ours, a longing for something lost. I found myself frozen, caught in a web of conflicting emotions. It was a jarring reminder that battles are not always fought with swords, sometimes, they are fought with the ghosts of our past. "Do you remember the night we swore fealty?" the figure called out. "When we thought honor was enough to shield us from the nightmare." A surge of recognition washed over the group, old ties, old friendships laid bare like wounds, raw and exposed. It was a moment suspended in time, a reminder we could not escape. I could feel the pulse of their thoughts. Memories collided with reality, and suddenly we were not just soldiers, we were brothers and sisters forged in the fires of battle, bound by both blood and betrayal. "I remember," I whispered again, the words spilling from my lips like a prayer. "I remember when honor meant something. Before the darkness cloaked our hearts. Our shared past loomed over us, a ghost that would not stay buried. The tension tightened, an unbreakable bond forged in shared grief and a longing to reclaim what we had lost. The world around us faded as we stood together, united in our scars, the embodiment of a legacy that demanded recognition. The enemy before us was not just flesh and blood, he was a mirror reflecting what we were desperate to confront. In those piercing moments, the battlefield transformed from a splintered battleground into a theater of raw emotions, the echoes of laughter juxtaposed against the haunting silence of mourning. "Honor is not just a title," Cassius murmured, his voice steadying. "It's the legacy we choose to uphold. It's how we remember those we have lost." A flicker of hope ignited within me. Maybe we could reclaim that honor, not by fighting the shadows but by confronting them. The spirits of our fallen comrades danced around us, urging us to remember who we were before fear and loss had painted the world in shades of grey. "Together, we rise!" I shouted, the words bursting forth like a flame rekindled. And in that moment, I felt the weight of the Evocati insignia shift, transforming from a burden into a banner we could wield. I saw it reflected in the eyes of my comrades, a commitment to honor, to memory, to the ghosts that walked beside us. As we faced the figure before us, everything hung in the balance. The past and future collided in a stunning clarity that resonated deep within our souls. The confrontation was inevitable, but the resolution lay in the strength we drew from our shared pain, the unwavering belief that we could honor our fallen by standing resolute. "Tonight, we fight for more than survival," I declared, feeling the heartbeat of the group sinking with mine. "We fight for our legacy. We fight for the Evocati." And as we charged forward, the echoes of the past surged with us, wrapping around us like a cloak. We would not carry the weight of our memories alone. We were the Evocati, and this was just the beginning. The clock ticked ominously in the darkened room, each second a heartbeat echoing through the silence. I could almost taste the tension, thick and cloying, as I sat frozen in my chair, the shadows creeping closer, their fingers curling around the edges of my mind. Outside, the city pulsed with life, but inside, the air was still, heavy with anticipation. A knock on the door shattered the stillness, a staccato sound that resonated like a gunshot in the quiet. My heart raced, thudding loud enough to drown out the chaos beyond. I remembered the day when everything changed. The moment when art and literature collided with brutal reality. I remember Ilara, her fiery spirit igniting the room like a flickering flame. She moved with purpose, her passion spilling onto the canvas, her paintbrush a sword, striking against the dullness of the world. But beneath her vibrant exterior lay a tempest, a storm raging against the walls of her heart, where doubt and fear festered like open wounds. She She painted not just to create, but to exorcise, to confront the ghosts that whispered secrets in her ear. And then there was Jonah, the writer, forever trapped in words he could never articulate. His notebook was a confessional, a prison, pages stained with the ink of his sorrow. I could see him now, his brow furrowed, a haunted look in his eyes as he scribbled furiously, trying to capture the chaos around him. He had a gift, a way with language that could make the mundane sing, yet it was a double-edged sword. The stories flowed, but the characters he conjured were often mirrors of his own demons, characters that cried for help, desperate for a voice that Jonah felt he could never muster. "Is this what you wanted?" Ilara's voice trembled as she stepped back from her canvas, eyes wild with frustration. The color swirled like a tempest, chaotic and beautiful, but they were also a reflection of her inner turmoil. "I wanted to speak truth. But this is just a mess." Her fingers trembled, paint splattering like tears against the wooden floor. "It's more than a mess," Jonah interjected, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "It's a riot of emotions, a revolt against silence. Don't you see? Each stroke, each color, it's alive." He stepped closer, the intensity of his gaze piercing through the fog of her doubt. "You're creating a battle, Ilara. And battles are messy. But battles come at a cost." I watched as the conflict inside her brewed, boiling over like a cauldron on the verge of eruption. The art she created was a reflection of a world crumbling beneath its own weight, yet she fought against the very chaos she sought to depict. It was as if she feared the shadows would consume her, the darkness that lurked in every corner of her mind. "Why do you care?" she spat, frustration spilling like poison. "What do you know about the struggle? You write about heroes and villains, but you don't feel it. This is real. This is raw." I could feel the chasm widening between them, a rift that pulsed with desperation and longing. Jonah recoiled slightly, as if her words struck him like a physical blow. "I know pain, Ilara. I know it well. Every word I write is a piece of me, bleeding onto the page. I am haunted, just like you." In that moment, time slowed, uncertainty thickening the air until it was almost suffocating. The walls felt like they were closing in, the weight of their emotions pressing down on me, on both of them. I wanted to scream, to urge them to confront the truth that lay buried beneath their bravado. But I sat there, paralyzed, an unwilling spectator to their unraveling. "Let it out, Ilara!" Jonah's voice cracked, desperation spilling from his lips. "You don't have to fight it. The art, the pain, it's all part of you. Let it scream on the canvas." And then, in the deafening silence, she broke. It was a quiet collapse, like a fragile vase shattering against the cold floor. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and with each drop, I felt my own heart fracture. I remembered the nights I spent wrestling with my own desires, the dreams that felt just out of reach, and the ghosts of choices left unmade. "I remember," she whispered, her voice raw, laden with sorrow. "I remember when I was free. When art was my sanctuary. Now it's my prison." The shadows danced in the corners, whispering promises and threats, a cacophony of voices that echoed the chaos within. I felt the city outside, the sirens wailing, the cars honking, the laughter of strangers, felt it all crash against the fortress of our shared silence. There, in that cramped room, everything felt impossibly vast, as if the universe was watching, waiting for our next move. Jonah stepped closer, his breath heavy with unspoken words. "It doesn't have to be this way," he murmured, reaching out. "You can reclaim it. We can reclaim it." But the shadows loomed larger, and the darkness felt palpable, a force that threatened to snuff out the tiny flame of hope flickering between them. "I don't want to fail again," Ilara whispered, her voice cracking like glass. "What if I lose myself in it?" "Then we'll find you," Jonah replied, a promise laced with vulnerability. "Together." The clock ticked louder, each second a reminder that the world outside continued to spin, while we remained ensnared in our emotional tempest. I held my breath, knowing that each moment could fracture further, could reveal the unspeakable truth that lay just beneath the surface. In that room, the walls could not contain the storm. The air crackled with unbridled intensity, the kind that ignites revolutions, both in art and in life. The confrontation began, not just with each other, but with the very essence of their beings. The city outside continued to pulse, a reminder of the world waiting beyond the door, a world that would either embrace their truth or swallow it whole. Each heartbeat resonated like a drum, echoing their struggles, their fears, their dreams. And in that moment, between shadows and light, between chaos and creation, their stories began to intertwine, a tapestry woven from pain and passion, a cultural impact that rippled through the very fabric of their existence. Each brushstroke, each word, a testament to their fight against the darkness that threatened to consume them. I could feel the weight of their emotions, a tide rising and crashing against the shore of reality. The confrontation was only beginning, a symphony of pain and resilience, the echoes of their hearts reverberating through the silence, urging the world to listen. The sky crackled, dark clouds swirling like a tempest, as the wind howled in a mournful dirge. There, in the heart of Rome, I found myself wedged between the crumbling stones of a forgotten temple, the air thick with the scent of rain and betrayal. I could hear the distant clang of swords, a harbinger of chaos echoing through the cobbled streets. The Evocati, once revered, now stood at the precipice of disgrace, and I could feel every heartbeat of that collective shame pulsing through my veins. Julius, his eyes fierce yet weary, was a spectre of the man he once was. I watched as he clenched his fists, knuckles white against the darkening sky. "What do they want from us?" he spat, voice trembling with rage and despair. "We fought for this city. We bled for our rights." His words hung in the air, raw and electric, each syllable a dagger driven deep into the heart of his disillusionment. Beside him, fluttering like a moth caught in a flame, was Livia. Her beauty was a cruel joke in this moment of dread, a delicate flower amidst the ruins of a dying civilization. "You don't understand," she whispered, her voice a thread of silk unraveling in the storm. "It's not just about us anymore. It's about the legacy we leave behind." Her heart ached not for glory, but for the quiet lives they had sacrificed on the altar of ambition. I remember that night vividly. The shadows danced ominously, mocking our very existence. We were more than soldiers, we were the Evocati, the chosen ones, model citizens, but that status had become a shackle, a noose tightening around our throats. I felt the crushing weight of our lives on my shoulders. I was one of them, one of the Evocati, a soldier adorned not just with armor but with the heavy mantle of expectation. The laws that granted us privilege now felt like iron bars, our citizenship a gilded cage. "Do you remember, Livia?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper against the thunder. "Do you remember the cheers of the crowd when we returned from battle? The glory, the warmth of their adoration?" Her eyes clouded over, a storm brewing within. "That was a lifetime ago," she murmured, her spirit flickering like a flame caught in a gale. "Now they see us as relics, abandoned in a world that no longer needs us." The tension crackled as if the very universe conspired against us. A raucous crowd surged in the distance, their shouts a cacophony of anger and betrayal. They were once our brothers, our allies, but now they demanded our heads. "We were heroes," Julius said, chest heaving with indignation, "and now they treat us like dogs." Livia's gaze pierced through the chaos, searching for answers in the swirling darkness. "But what happens when the dogs turn on their masters?" she asked, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. "When the very people we fought for forget us?" I wondered if I could answer her question, if any of us could grasp the depths of that betrayal. The city, once vibrant and alive, now loomed like a graveyard of memories, each stone whispering tales of glory and despair. I could feel the ghosts of our past haunting our steps, shadows of the men we once were, and the lives we had fought to protect. The Evocati had become ghosts themselves, drifting through the ruins of our shattered dreams, searching for a place to belong. "Fight," I urged, a desperate fire igniting within me. "Fight for our names to be remembered. For our sacrifices to echo through history." But the words felt weak, like brittle branches against the storm. Would our fight matter if we were already forgotten? The storm raged on, the echoes of our lives blending into the din of the tumultuous city. I saw hope flicker in Julius's eyes, a spark that ignited the embers of rebellion. "No," he said firmly, we will not go quietly into the night. We will remind them of who we are. We are Evocati. We are not mere shadows. As the crowd drew closer, I felt the trembling pulse of fear and exhilaration entwine within me. The drums of war beat in my chest, a rhythm that harmonized with the chaos around us. We would rise. We would stand tall, even if it meant facing the fury of our own people. We were the embodiment of Roman valor, and we would not let that legacy fade away. Livia took a step forward, her heart pounding against the iron bars of her own dread. "Then let them come," she declared, her voice rising above the storm. "Let them see us. Let them remember our names, our struggles." The word swelled in the air, a sacred promise forged in the crucible of our despair. Time twisted and coiled, the past and future blurring into one. I felt history breathe down my neck, whispering promises of glory and despair. I was trapped in this moment, tangled in the web of our fates, and I knew with visceral certainty we were on the cusp of something monumental. As shadows lengthened and whispers of doubt surged like a tide, I felt a surge of strength ripple through my veins. We were the Evocati, the heart of Rome, and whether they sought to drown us or elevate us, we would rise. The air crackled with unspoken words, our hearts thundering against the weight of expectation. We would not be forgotten. We would not fade away into the abyss. The storm raged on, but within that tempest, we were alive, alive with the fire of our convictions, alive with the pulse of our shared humanity, alive with the knowledge that our fight was only just beginning. The city loomed before us, a battleground both familiar and foreign, and as the first roar of the crowd reached our ears, I knew the path ahead would be fraught with peril. Yet there was something intoxicating about standing on the precipice of chaos, embracing the storm that sought to engulf us. In that moment, I understood the essence of our struggle, the heartbeat of citizenship. It was not merely a title or a privilege, it was a tapestry woven from the threads of hope and despair, of sacrifice and redemption. And as long as we remained, as long as we fought, our story would echo into eternity, a fierce testament to the indomitable spirit of the Evocati. And so, we stepped forward, into the maelstrom, ready to reclaim our place in the soul of Rome. The night was a void, a chasm where moonlight danced uninvited across the cobblestones, illuminating the specters of what once thrived in the heart of the city. I felt the chill on my skin as I stood in the shadows, a witness to the eerie silence that had swallowed the bustling streets. Not a soul dared to tread here, where the whispers of the Evocati lingered like a fading echo. I remember the stories, they were legends, woven from the very fabric of glory and despair. And yet, here I was, drowning in the weight of their decline, a witness to the ghostly remnants of valor. Where are they now? I often asked myself, but the streets answered with only silence. I remember Valeru's, his laughter, a thunderclap that could drown out the cries of the dying. His eyes, once alight with the fire of 1,000 battles, now gazed into the abyss, searching for meaning in a world that had forgotten the Evocati. "We were once gods," he'd said, "but now? Now, we're just shadows." The Evocati were more than soldiers, they were the embodiment of Rome's might, handpicked warriors whose loyalty was forged in the fires of blood and honor. But as I stood there, I could almost feel their spirit unraveling, the threads of camaraderie fraying like an ancient tapestry. It was as if time itself conspired against them, erasing the ink of their triumphs, replacing it with the bitter stains of betrayal. Then there was Serafina, the fierce-hearted warrior whose very existence challenged the notion of femininity in a world ruled by men. Her name echoed in the alleys, a haunting refrain of defiance. But I could see the cracks forming in her armor, the way her hands trembled ever so slightly as she clutched her sword, a weapon that had tasted blood but was now dulled by the bitterness of disillusionment. "Each day, it feels like I'm battling phantoms," she confided, her voice a soft tremor against the backdrop of a city that had turned its back on her. "We fought for an empire that no longer fights for us." In the shadow of an ancient aqueduct, we gathered that night, 3 souls bound by a shared fate. I was merely an observer, a chronicler of their unraveling, but my heart thudded wildly as if I, too, were part of their tragedy. "What happened to the loyalty we pledged?" Valerus asked, his voice low and laced with bitterness. "The Evocati were once revered, but now we're nothing more than ghosts haunting the ruins of our dreams." The city around us had transformed, a labyrinth of corruption and greed, the very foundations of our home crumbling under the weight of selfish ambition. I could almost taste the rancid air, thick with the stench of betrayal. The echoes of the past clashed with the present, a cacophony of anguish that threatened to drown us all. "Do you hear that?" Serafina whispered, her eyes wide, as if she were peering through the veil of time. "It's the sound of our legacy fading into nothingness." The truth gnawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. The Evocati were losing their purpose, their identity eroded by the shifting tides of an empire that no longer valued their sacrifice. I watched as Valerus's hands tightened around the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white with despair. "We were meant to be the guardians," he said, his voice a low growl. "But who will guard us now?" Every heartbeat echoed the weight of their struggle, and with it came an overwhelming sense of urgency. I felt their pain as if it were my own, each scar, each loss carved into my very being. The world was moving on, indifferent to their plight, like a tide that washed away the footprints of those who dared to stand for something greater. And yet, here we were, three figures cloaked in uncertainty, grappling with a question that hung heavy in the air: what happens when the warriors become the forgotten? As night deepened, the shadows twisted and turned, whispering secrets I dared not comprehend. "Do you remember the stories we told by the fire?" Serafina's voice broke through the darkness, a fragile thread of nostalgia. "The tales of honor and glory? They feel like dreams now, fading into the ether." I remembered how we had laughed, how we believed in a future painted with the colors of hope and bravery. But that innocence had long since washed away, leaving behind a stark reality littered with the bones of dreams. I could see the flicker of doubt creeping into Valerus's heart, an ember that threatened to extinguish the flame of his spirit. "What if we're wrong, Serafina?" he asked, his voice trembling with the weight of uncertainty. "What if we're fighting for a cause that no longer exists?" The air crackled with tension, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. I felt it, the palpable fear, the dread of a world unraveling at the seams. And yet, amidst the chaos, there was an undeniable connection, a bond forged in the fires of shared suffering. We were not alone. We were three souls, standing on the precipice of despair, grappling with the ghosts of our past. "Perhaps the decline of the Evocati is not the end," I said, my voice breaking through the thickening silence. "Maybe it's a chance to rise anew, to redefine what it means to be a warrior." It was a fragile hope, barely a whisper among the shadows, but in that moment, we clung to it as if it were a lifeline. The clock tower struck midnight, its haunting chime reverberating through the streets like the toll of an ancient bell mourning the fall of an empire. I felt the weight of time pressing down on us, a reminder that the past could never be reclaimed. But as I looked into the faces of Valerus and Serafina, I realized something profound. Even in decline, there was power in our struggle, a beauty in our defiance. And so we stood, three figures cloaked in shadows, bound by the echoes of history. The night wrapped around us like a shroud, and in that moment, we were more than mere gladiators in a fading arena. We were the heartbeat of what was lost, the flicker of a flame that refused to be extinguished. The future awaited just beyond the shadows, a horizon painted in uncertainty, and we were not yet ready to fade into oblivion. Time was relentless, but our spirits burned bright, fueled by the unyielding desire to reclaim our legacy, even in the twilight of our existence. The decline of the Evocati had begun, but the story was far from over. The air was thick, almost electric, with the scent of iron and sweat as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and despair. Shadows lengthened, stretching over the blood-soaked sand where the cries of battle still lingered like ghosts, haunting the remnants of Valor. I stood there, heart pounding, pulse racing, as men, sweaty, mud-streaked, eyes wide with terror, struggled against fate itself. The clash of steel sang a ruthless melody, and in that moment, everything felt both impossibly real and achingly surreal. I froze, transfixed, as if the very essence of history had unfolded before me, a swirling canvas of chaos. I remember Marcus, his face a mask of fury and fear, sweat mingling with the dirt on his brow. He gripped his sword as if it were an extension of his very soul, knuckles pale, teeth clenched. He was the Valor we all yearned for, the hero of our dreams, yet beneath that bravado lay a tempest of panic. "This is not what I wanted," he whispered to himself, words snatched away by the wind, leaving only the echo of doubt. He had joined the Evocati, once a proud soldier with dreams of glory, but now he stood on the brink of oblivion, caught in a maelstrom of his own making. And there was Lucilla, oh, Lucilla, with her fierce spirit and eyes like storm clouds, alight with defiance. She was not just a woman in a man's world, she was a force of nature. The battlefield was her stage, every clash a heartbeat, every scream a note in her symphony of survival. I watched as she fought alongside her brothers in arms, each swing of her sword a dance with destiny. Courage, she screamed, her voice slicing through the chaos, a beacon amidst the chaos. But beneath that bravado, she too felt the crippling weight of responsibility, the crushing fear of failure. I saw it in the tremor of her hands, the way she hesitated before a strike, as if each blow meant the death of not just her enemies, but a part of her. And then there was the silence, a deafening, eerie stillness that wrapped around us like a shroud. It spoke volumes, a haunting reminder of what was to come, of lives forever altered by a single moment. The scent of fear was palpable, it clung to us like a second skin. I remember the flicker of doubt in Marcus's eyes as he glanced toward Lucilla, searching for reassurance, but all he found was the reflection of his own turmoil. They were trapped, caught in a web of valor and vulnerability, where every brave act was shadowed by the specter of loss. The night deepened, wrapping the battlefield in darkness, but it was not an ordinary darkness. It was alive, pulsating, as if the ground beneath our feet was breathing, waiting. With every heartbeat, the tension mounted, and every breath felt like a countdown to the inevitable. I remember, I whispered, though no one could hear me over the cacophony of war. I remember the stories my father told me, how of heroes, of glory. But this wasn't a tale spun from the silk of dreams, this was raw, visceral, a nightmare woven into the fabric of history. A shudder ran through Marcus as he stumbled back, the weight of his sword feeling heavier than ever. "What have I become?" he murmured, and I could see it, the flicker of a dream extinguished, replaced by the stark reality of survival. Each swing, each thrust was not just a fight for honor, but a desperate grasp at life itself. He was an Evocati, yet in that moment, he felt like a child lost in the dark, trying to find his way back home. In the midst of the chaos, Lucilla caught sight of a figure emerging from the shadows, an enemy, cloaked and sinister, with eyes that glinted like shards of glass. "Stand firm," she shouted, rallying her brothers in arms, but the panic in her voice betrayed her valiant facade. I could see it written across her face, the fear of failure, of letting down those who depended on her. She was the embodiment of battle, yet her heart echoed with the whispers of doubt. "If I fall, what will happen to them?" The question floated between us, a fragile thread binding their fates together. And then, the moment came, a visceral, heart-stopping clash as their worlds collided. I watched, breathless, as steel met steel, a symphony of violence and desperation. Each strike resonated, a heart beating in tandem with the chaos. Marcus roared, a primal sound burst from the depths of his soul, eyes wild as he charged forward. For glory, he cried, though the words felt hollow, a desperate plea to something that now felt unattainable. Lucilla lunged, her movement a blur, fierce, defiant, beautiful. The night felt charged with magic and horror as time slowed, suspended in that singular moment of confrontation. And in that split second, everything shifted. I could see it, the flicker of realization in Marcus's eyes, the haunting echo of Lucilla's battle cry, the stark reality of what was at stake. Would they emerge victorious, or would the shadows claim them, swallowing their dreams along with the remnants of their valor? Remember, I wanted to scream, to remind them that they were part of something larger, yet the words caught in my throat, choked by the weight of unspoken fears. The clamor of battle surged around us, a symphony of life and death, hope and despair. Every heartbeat was a reminder of their humanity, every breath a plea for survival, and as I stood there, suspended in the tension of the moment, I felt it, the raw intensity of their struggle, the unyielding pull of fate. Remember, it echoed in my mind, a mantra woven into the fabric of history, a promise made in the silence that followed the chaos. The confrontation loomed, heavy with the weight of memories yet to unfold, the stories that would someday be told. In that bittersweet twilight, the lines between valor and vulnerability blurred, and I knew, deep down, that this was only the beginning, the prologue to a saga that would endure through time. The fight was far from over, the ghosts of the past were watching, waiting. And I could feel it, the tension, the heartbreak, the overwhelming joy of survival and sacrifice. It gripped my heart, and I could do nothing but remain, suspended in that haunting moment, as the echoes of their valor whispered through the ages. The moon hung low, a ghostly sentinel watching over the jagged silhouettes of ancient ruins. A chill slithered through the air, the kind that settled deep in your bones, whispering of forgotten lore and unspeakable horrors. I could hear the crackle of distant fire, a flicker of warmth against the encroaching darkness. And then, the scream, a primal, bone-chilling sound that shattered the stillness, clawing its way into the night. In that moment, I stood at the edge of a nightmare, paralyzed by fear and the weight of memories. I remember the nights that felt like a prelude to tragedy, when shadows danced with wild abandon and the air was thick with unspoken curses. Those heroes, the Evocati, were not mere tales spun by the firelight, they were flesh and blood, burdened by their own demons, and it was all too easy to forget the price of glory. Myra clenched her fists, a storm brewing behind her eyes. She was a warrior forged from the steel of her losses, each scar a testament to battles fought and hearts broken. Memories of her brother's laughter echoed in her mind, a haunting melody drowned by the roar of war. They had promised each other they would return, but promises had turned to dust, swept away by the relentless tide of fate. The distant scream echoed again, and she knew she had to silence it. Fear was a consuming fire, but it also ignited the embers of her resolve. "Stay low," she hissed, her voice a fierce whisper. The darkness swallowed the sound, leaving behind only the tension that crackled like thunder between them. Beside her, Valin crouched, shadows pooling in the hollows of his eyes. He was the reluctant hero, burdened by guilt heavier than the sword strapped to his back. Once, he had led men into battle, once, he had believed in the righteousness of their cause. But watching comrades fall, their lives extinguished like candle flames, had snuffed out that belief, leaving only ashes and doubt. "I can't do this," he murmured, his breath hitching like a frayed string about to snap. "I can't face it again." I remember the weight of his words, the way they hung in the air like smoke from a dying fire. It wasn't the fear of death that gripped him, it was the haunting recollection of every life he failed to save. Each face that flickered in his mind was a ghost, whispering accusations that clawed at his sanity. "You have to," Myra urged, her voice trembling but fierce, like a blade poised to strike. "For them." She bit her lip, swallowing hard against the tide of grief that threatened to drown her. "For my brother." Her eyes glimmered, fierce and bright, but the pain lingered beneath her bravado, sharp as the edge of a knife. They moved as one, ghosts weaving through the ruins, slipping past curled vines and crumbling stone. Every sound was amplified, the rustle of leaves, the distant howl of a wolf. Each noise was a reminder of the living world outside this forgotten place, a world that had turned its back on heroes forged in blood and sorrow. Then, the air shifted, heavy and electric, as if the very cosmos held its breath. A figure emerged from the depths of darkness, cloaked in shadows, eyes gleaming like twin stars. It was an Evocati, a living relic of a time when valor still meant something. But there was a weariness etched into the lines of his face, a heavy sadness that echoed in the silent scream of the night. "Are you lost?" he asked, his voice a gravelly whisper, as though the weight of his own history threatened to collapse him. "Or are you seeking something worth dying for?" Valin stepped forward, a flicker of defiance igniting in his chest. "We're not lost," he said, though doubt curled around his words. "We're here to end the nightmare." The Evocati's gaze bore into him, a penetrating stare that stripped away bravado, leaving behind raw vulnerability. "You think you can face the darkness without embracing it? You think you can fight without understanding the price?" I remember the way Valin's breath caught, the flicker of a memory, a battlefield awash in crimson, a one-man army against demons both real and imagined. What was it that made a hero? Was it the sword in hand or the heart still beating in the chaos? And then Myra, fierce and unyielding, stepped into the space between them. "You don't understand. We lost everything. We're here to fight, not to understand." Her voice trembled, a desperate plea echoed through the void, but even she could feel the truth lurking in the shadows. What could they hope to achieve when the darkness whispered so sweetly, promising solace in surrender? The Evocati smiled, but it was a sad smile, one that carried the weight of sacrifice, of lives intertwined with pain and valor. Then you must run. Run until your feet bleed. Because the moment you stop is the moment the darkness finds you. With that, he vanished into the night, leaving a void, a chasm of uncertainty in his wake. The shadows grew heavier, creeping closer, curling around the edges of their resolve. Myra turned to Valin, and the vulnerability in her eyes was a mirror of his own fears. They stood at the precipice, teetering on the edge of hope and despair. I remember my brother's laughter. I remember him fighting beside me. Her voice cracked like the very ground beneath their feet. I remember everything we've lost, and I can't let it go. Not now. Not ever. And in that moment, something shifted. The tension thickened, palpable, as the air hummed with unspoken truths. They were Evocati, not just in name but in spirit. They were blood-soaked memories, the embodiment of dreams shattered, and the flickering flame of hope still flickering in the darkness. As they turned towards the night, it was no longer just about facing the inevitable, it was about reclaiming the pieces of themselves they thought had been lost forever. The echoes of the past merged with the heartbeat of the present, crafting a relentless rhythm that drove them forward, the heartbeat that resonated in the very fabric of the cosmos, intertwined with the stories of all those who dared to fight. And in that echo, they found their courage. They stepped into the darkness not as heroes but as flawed souls, armed with scars, driven by the haunting beauty of their own humanity. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the empty halls of the Evocati barracks like a haunting lament. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering in the dim light, as if the ghosts of ancient warriors lingered, doubtful yet watchful. I could feel a storm brewing in the distance, the weight of an unspoken fear hanging thick in the air. I remember the way the rain lashed against the windows, a symphony of chaos that matched the turmoil within me. It was a night of reckoning, where every heartbeat felt like a countdown to loss, to love, to the haunting specter of what we might never get back. In the corner sat Ilara, her fingers trembling as they traced the edge of a worn letter. She always had a way of holding onto the past, her memories wrapped around her like a shroud. The letter was from Edric, her husband, a soldier turned Evocati, sent to fight battles far away from the warmth of their home. I remember the first time we met, she whispered, her voice barely louder than the rustle of autumn leaves outside. His smile, like the sun breaking through a storm. It felt like forever, and yet, here we are, with a ticking clock, and all I have are words. Each sentence hung in the air like a fragile crystal, ready to shatter at the slightest breath of doubt. Outside, the wind howled. I could feel it clawing at the edges of her resolve, threatening to pull her deeper into despair. Edric's absence was a chasm, one that she could not look at directly without feeling the sharp edges of anxiety cut into her heart. He promised he'd come back, she said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, but every day that promise feels like a dream fading into the dark. And there was Myra, her sister, who had long ago perfected the art of masking her own fears with a facade of strength. But her eyes, oh, they betrayed her. They were two stormy seas filled with secrets, reflecting the turmoil she tried to bury beneath layers of duty. Every day, she worked tirelessly to support Ilara, juggling the heavy burdens of family, the weight of their shared grief for Edric, as well as the shadows hanging over their community. I'm okay, she would say, her smile a fragile veneer. We have to be strong for him. But I saw it, the cracks in her armor, the moment she'd retreat into silence, clutching her own fears that mirrored Ilara's. Myra was a fortress, but within her walls simmered the fear of losing the very foundation she'd built her life upon. I remember the darkness that settled over us on nights like these, the air so thick with dread it felt like breathing in sorrow. I could sense the tension winding between the sisters, an unspoken connection of pain that neither could dare articulate. They were two stars caught in a cosmic storm, spinning and turning, each light dimming a little more with every passing day. It was in their silence that the weight of the world pressed down, an unbearable gravity pulling at the very threads of their lives. Every moment was a countdown, each tick of the clock like a hammer striking iron. I could hear the echoes of their thoughts, the harsh whispers of what if, prowling around the edges of their minds. What if Edric never returned? What if the war stole him from them forever? The questions were like shadows, growing longer and darker with each setting sun. Myra, determined to shield Elara from despair, suggested a gathering, an evening filled with music and laughter, a respite from the agonizing uncertainty. They need joy, she said, her eyes reflecting a desperate hope. They need to remember what it feels like to be alive. But as the night approached, the tension thickened again. Elara's smile was strained, her heart a turbulent sea battling against the shores of her mind. I felt her longing, her relentless wish for a return to the ease of their shared laughter, the warmth of Edric's embrace. As the festivities began, laughter erupted, but it felt hollow, echoing against the walls like a ghostly memory. The sound ricocheted through the air, a cruel mockery of their pain. I watched as Myra tried to pull Elara into the throng, her laughter ringing out while her eyes darted to the door, waiting, hoping, for Edric's silhouette to appear. But then, a flash of anger ignited within Elara, raw and fierce. "They're all dancing like fools," she spat, her voice cutting through the laughter like a dagger. "How can they celebrate when there are men out there, fighting, dying?" The room fell silent, shock waves rolling through the crowd. They hadn't understood, hadn't felt her pain. But it was there, boiling over, an eruption of truth that shattered the surface of their forced merriment. Myra stepped closer, her voice a whisper of calm against the storm. "Elara, please, we need to find light, even in this darkness. We owe it to them." But it was in that moment, in the depths of despair, that Elara found her voice. "You don't understand. You don't know what it's like to wait, to wonder if you're going to get a knock on the door one day and be told he's gone." Her words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. The crowd shifted uncomfortably, a collective breath held in disbelief. But they were not just words, they were a scream, a catharsis, a release of the pent-up fears that had gripped her for far too long. And there it was, the confrontation of emotions, a raw moment that shifted the atmosphere. The clock continued to tick, but in that suspended space, time felt as if it had stopped. I knew then that this was the essence of their lives, the intertwining of love and loss, the struggle to find support in a world that often felt cruel and indifferent. Outside, the wind howled louder, almost drowning out the echoes of heartbreak within. I could feel the tightening grip of fate, the unrelenting march of time, and the shadows creeping closer. There would be no resolutions tonight, no neat conclusions. Just the haunting awareness that the battle wasn't only fought on the fields far away but also within the hearts of those left behind. Myra and Elara, two souls entangled in the chaos of war, were the unsung heroines of this tale. They fought silently, against all odds, against the relentless clock, and the ever-present shadows that whispered of despair. The night wore on, but the echoes of their unyielding spirit would linger long after the laughter faded. And as I stood there, heart pounding, breathless with the weight of their truth, I realized this was just the beginning. The air was thick, heavy with the scent of sweat and the sharp tang of metal. A sword clanged as it met another, the sound echoing like thunder against a stormy sky. I stood there, heart racing, as the clash resonated deep within my chest, resonating with the primal rhythm of battle. Shadows danced under the flickering torches, casting an eerie glow on the faces of the reenactors, each one transformed into a spectre of the past, a ghost of glory and despair. They wore the armor of long-dead warriors, but beneath the weathered steel was flesh, blood, and beating hearts full of regret, hope, and ambition. I remember the moment when I first saw Marcus, his eyes fierce with the spirit of a soldier yet haunted by the weight of his own life. He had a way of clasping his sword, knuckles white, as though it were the only thing anchoring him to the ground. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that it was okay to be scared, that the glory of the battle never truly belonged to the living. But I couldn't find the words, and instead, I watched him, trapped in the thrumming pulse of a history that felt infinitely larger than us. "Fight!" yelled a voice, sharp and demanding, snapping me back to the tumult around me. It was Lydia, her hair a wild halo of curls, her laughter bubbling beneath the surface like a river ready to burst its banks. She wielded a spear with a finesse that belied her small stature, yet the fire in her eyes was undeniable. I could see the flickers of her dreams. This wasn't just play for her, this was sanctity. In her mind, she was not just reenacting the past, she was rewriting it, crafting a new narrative where women could be warriors, not just victims of fate. But Lydia's laughter was a mask, a thin veneer over the dread that gnawed at her insides. I recall the late-night conversations, our voices low, almost conspiratorial, as we discussed the reality hidden beneath the layers of armor and history. "What if we're just playing dress-up?" she asked, the vulnerability in her voice cutting through the night like a knife. "What if none of this means anything?" Her eyes had glistened with a truth we both feared to acknowledge. The laughter faded, and I could only nod, the silence stretching like a chasm between us, pulsing with the weight of unspoken fears. The battle unfolded like a tragic ballet, each movement choreographed with heart-stopping precision. The clashing swords sang a tale of valor and betrayal, each strike a whispered echo from centuries past. I felt the tension in the air shift, a palpable pulse that seemed to sync with my racing heartbeat. But then the flicker of chaos ignited, and the battle grew savage. Marcus fought like a man possessed, his rage spilling over like molten lava. I caught a glimpse of his face, twisted in an expression of raw fury and vulnerability, as if he were simultaneously fighting history and his own demons. I remember the moment he fell, the world around me slowing down as he crumpled to the ground, the thud resonating in my bones. It was as if time itself had paused to witness the tragedy unfolding. "Get up!" I wanted to scream, but the words lodged in my throat like shards of glass. Instead, I stood frozen, the image of his lost spirit searing into my memory. The echoes of laughter that had once filled the air were now replaced with a silence that swallowed everything whole. Lydia rushed to him, eyes wide, a warrior's grace merging with the softness of her heart. "Marcus! Come on," she implored, desperation lacing her voice. The armor he wore felt like a prison in that moment, a testament to the weight of expectations and history. I saw her reach for him, fingers trembling, wanting to pull him back from the abyss that loomed over them both. It was a raw, profound moment, a collision of dreams and nightmares, and I felt as if I were witnessing something sacred and horrifying all at once. The crowd of reenactors faded into the background, their shouts merging into an indistinguishable chorus of emotion. I stood there, helpless, caught in a maelstrom of feelings that threatened to pull me under. What was it about this ritual that felt so real? Why did history haunt us so? These questions spiraled in my mind, each one a ghost whispering through the void, seeking an answer we may never find. I remember the night sky, a vast canvas of stars, each one a witness to our struggles, our laughter, our heartbreak. The weight of the cosmos felt heavier than ever, pressing down on us as we grappled with our identities, lost in the echoes of those who came before. Maybe, I thought to myself, this is what history is, a series of echoes, a never-ending cycle of pain and passion. As the final blow resonated through the air, a cacophony of emotion erupted around us. Cheers mingled with cries of despair, a twisted harmony of celebration and loss. I glanced back at Marcus, still on the ground, and saw the flicker of life return to his eyes. He struggled to his feet, breathing heavily, each inhale a testament to resilience. Lydia's spirit ignited, her laughter ringing out like a bell through the darkness, a war cry against the despair that threatened to engulf us all. And just like that, the narrative shifted. Their battle was not just reenacting the past, but a defiance against it. Each swing of the sword, each thrust of the spear became a proclamation, a promise that life would be lived in vibrant technicolor, not just in monochrome echoes of history. The shadows may loom, but light finds a way to pierce through, and in that moment, it felt as if time itself had paused to bear witness to our rebellion against fate. But as the chaos settled, as the adrenaline ebbed, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was a cycle that would never truly end. History would repeat itself, and the ghosts of the past would always linger, whispering their secrets in the silence between. And so, like a clock ticking in the dead of night, I knew that the fight was far from over. I felt my heart quicken again, a flicker of dread and anticipation, knowing that each breath would lead us further into the unknown, a realm of shadows, memories, and the ever-looming specter of history. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood when Lucius took his first steps onto the battlefield that day. The sun hung low, a fiery orb sinking beneath the horizon, casting everything in shades of crimson and gold, an artist's palette of destruction. The clang of metal, the cries of the wounded, the stench of fear, it all wrapped around him like a shroud. He gripped his sword, knuckles white, heart pounding like war drums. This was not a dream. This was hell. I remember the crack in the sky as a bolt of lightning struck the earth, illuminating the haunted faces of men around him. Friends turned ghosts in an instant. They were all men of valor, Evocati, the elite. But in those moments, that title felt like a curse. They were forged in the fires of combat, yet now they were nothing more than shadows cast against the dying light. What made them elite? Was it the blood they spilled or the lives they saved? Or was it the inevitability of loss that haunted each step they took? Lucius, a voice cut through the chaos, Marcus, his childhood friend, his brother in arms, stood across the field, his face masked with grime and desperation. Come on. We can't hold them back forever. There was panic in Marcus's eyes, a flicker of the boy he'd once been before war twisted him into something unrecognizable. Those eyes echoed the turmoil in Lucius's heart. He remembered their dreams of glory, of heroism. But glory was fleeting. It was the blood-soaked ground beneath them that spoke of reality, a harsh reminder that even the bravest of souls could be rendered to dust. In the distance, a shadow moved, a figure cloaked in darkness. It was said that a warrior could summon the very essence of fear. Ava, Lucius whispered under his breath, as if uttering her name would summon her spirit to guide him. She was the embodiment of resolve, the fierce woman who had taught him the true meaning of courage. But that was before the war took her, before the whispers of the night claimed her soul. I remember her laughter, a sound like tinkling bells before the storm, a memory now hauntingly distant. She had been a healer, a protector of the weak, and in the midst of this chaos, Lucius felt her absence like a gaping wound. Was he fighting for her memory or for a cause that felt increasingly hollow? Each swing of his sword felt heavier, laden with the ghosts of those he had lost. Look out! Marcus's voice pierced the air again, snapping Lucius back into the moment. A clash, a surge of adrenaline, and Lucius swung, his blade slicing through the air. The world slowed. Time twisted, bending like an old tree under the weight of a storm. He was not just fighting an enemy, he was battling an insatiable void inside him, the realization that loss was an inevitability, a cruel companion on this journey. The battlefield stretched like a monstrous beast, swallowing men whole. It was a cruel mirror reflecting the legacies of elite forces throughout history, forces that had also fought against insurmountable odds, the Spartans, the Knights Templar, the Samurai. Each of them had their tales of honor, of sacrifice. But those tales felt like whispers now, drowned out by the cries of the dying. They had been revered, but reverence meant nothing when faced with the raw, visceral reality of pain. Another flash of light, another scream, and Lucius stumbled, falling to his knees, the weight of his armor pressing down like the crushing burden of unfulfilled dreams. "What are we doing?" he shouted into the void, at the sky, at the universe. No answer came, only the echoes of his own despair. He was one of the Evocati, yet here he was, reduced to desperation, a hollow shell clinging to memories that flickered like dying stars. Then he saw Marcus, surrounded, fighting valiantly yet futilely against the tide. "Lucius!" His voice strained, a last plea. In that moment, the world shrank, nothing mattered but that cry, and Lucius surged forward, a wild beast unleashed. He fought through the chaos, every strike was a desperate attempt to reclaim what was lost, to save a piece of himself in the process. But as the ground turned slick beneath him, he felt it, the fatal blow, a sharp bite in his side. Time froze for a second, and all he could think of was Ava's face, the beauty in her strength, the way she had made him believe that they could conquer anything together. But belief felt like a cruel joke now. He gasped, blood spilling from his lips, a bitter taste of regret mingled with the metallic tang of his own life ebbing away. "Fight! Don't give up!" Marcus's voice cracked through the haze, but even as Lucius fought to respond, he felt the weight of inevitability wrap around him like a cloak. He was slipping away from everything, his dreams, his brotherhood, the very essence of what it meant to be alive. And as darkness crept in, as the battlefield faded, he thought of the legacy of the Evocati, of what they stood for. They were not just warriors, they were human, flawed, and burdened by the weight of their choices. Each moment filled with urgency, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragility of existence, the relentless march of time that swept away everything they fought for. And just when he thought he could succumb to the silence, he awoke again, gasping for breath, fervently clutching the shadows of his memories, memories of a world beyond this chaos, a world that still needed him. The battle raged on around him, but inside, a new fire ignited. Perhaps there was still time to fight, to reclaim the light from the deepest pit of despair. Lucius! Marcus's voice was a lifeline, a tether to the living world. And as he rose, blooded and raw, he understood, this was the fight, the eternal struggle of the Evocati and all those who had come before them. They were ghosts and warriors, they were pain and glory, an endless cycle of loss and love, intertwined like the stars in the night sky, forever burning bright against the dark. And as shadows loomed, one thing was clear, the fight was far from over. A clock ticks in the distance, its rhythm like the heartbeat of a waiting world. The air is thick, electric, as shadows weave themselves into the corners of the dimly lit room. There stands Eli, a man with eyes like storm clouds, anger bubbling beneath the surface, a tempest waiting to break. Behind him, the door creaks, a whisper of impending doom, and he turns sharply, fists clenched, ready to confront the specter of his haunted past. This is not just any night, it is the brink of everything he fears and desires. Outside, a city holds its breath. Neon lights flicker like dying stars, illuminating the faces of the lost and the hopeful. Among them is MIA, a woman with a fire in her soul, her heart a cacophony of dreams and regrets. She stares at her reflection in a puddle, the fractured image a reminder of the life she yearns for, a life unshackled by the burdens of her choices. The rain begins to fall, each drop a reminder of the tears left unshed, and every shiver of the cold wind is a whisper of what she must confront. I remember the night everything changed. I remember the taste of fear on my tongue, the bitter tang of betrayal. Eli, MIA, and the shadows of their intertwining fates dance in my mind, a relentless loop. They are both drawn to the same secret, buried deep beneath the city's skin, a treacherous truth that threatens to unravel their very existence. I remember the way Eli's breath quickens when he thinks of the Evocati, an ancient order whose legacy is entwined with blood and sacrifice. The tales whispered in back alleys, echoing through the centuries, haunt him. They promise power, power that he craves, but also a price so steep it sends shivers down his spine. He recalls his father's voice, a warning wrapped in fear, they will take everything from you. Yet, Eli stands at the precipice, ready to leap into the abyss. I remember Mia's laughter, bright and unyielding, even in the darkest corners of her doubts. But tonight, that laughter is stifled, caught in her throat as she faces the mirror of her own reflection. She has lived in the shadows, her heart a prisoner of her own making. The Evocati call to her too, with promises that shimmer like gold but cut like glass. What will you sacrifice? A voice inside her whispers, but she knows the answer. Everything. A sudden crash reverberates through the night, and the world shifts. Eli bursts through the door, a whirlwind of emotion, panic etched across his face. MIA, he shouts, the sound ricocheting off the walls like a gunshot. She stares at him, confusion mingling with an electric thrill. In that moment, time pauses, their shared past flooding back, a history of whispered secrets and unfulfilled yearnings. The air between them is thick with unspoken words, heavy with longing, desperation, and a fear that grips like icy fingers. I found something, he gasps, breathless, eyes wild with revelation. Something that could change everything. He reaches for her hand, and she recoils instinctively, caught between the fear of the unknown and the thrill of possibility. Eli, you don't understand. Her voice trembles, uncertainty spilling from her lips like water from a cracked vessel. This isn't just a game. The Evocati, they are not what they seem. The shadows pulse around them, and for a heartbeat, the city itself seems to lean in, listening, waiting. The clock's relentless ticking fills her ears, time slipping away, each second a reminder of the choices that lay before them. The room is a battleground, Eli's determination clashing with Mia's apprehension. She can't ignore the pull of the darkness, the intoxicating promise of power that swirls around them. But at what cost? I remember the night we dared to share our secrets beneath the stars. I remember the way the cosmos felt close, each twinkling light a promise of something greater. But now, everything is heavy, soaked in doubt and dread. I can feel the weight of their shared history, the laughter that once echoed, now twisted into tension. "Eli, please," she begs, her voice cracking. "You don't know what you're getting into." The words hang in the air, pregnant with the gravity of the truth she fears to voice. Eli's eyes darken, full of frustration, and for a moment, he looks like a man standing at the edge of a chasm, ready to leap into oblivion. "I can't go back, MIA. "I won't," he says, a fierceness that both inspires and terrifies her. "What if this is our chance? What if we could rewrite our stories?" His words are a siren song, sweet yet laced with danger. She feels the tug of his ambition, the thrill of destiny calling. But there's a split second of silence, a moment when the world holds its breath. It's a fragile peace before chaos erupts. Footsteps echo down the alley, heavy and menacing, shadows morphing into figures cloaked in darkness. The Evocati, coming for them, hungry for their secrets, ready to reclaim what they believe is rightfully theirs. I remember the chill that raced down my spine, the unmistakable dread that settled into my bones. Eli and MIA stand on the precipice of a choice that could shatter their world. The clock continues to tick, each beat a reminder of the time slipping away, their fates intertwined, as inevitable and unyielding as the night itself. As the shadows close in, everything sharpens, the air crackles, life bursts forth in vibrant colors, emotions intertwining like the roots of an ancient tree. I can feel their fear, their defiance, their unwillingness to be mere pawns in a game they never chose to play. The city watches, the cosmos spins overhead, a grand eternal dance of chaos and order, of hope and despair. And in that moment, as the figures emerge from the darkness, I sense the climax building, a crescendo of their intertwined destinies. Eli grips Mia's hand tighter, an unspoken promise bound by the weight of their choices. They stand together, ready to face the storm, because in the heart of adversity, in the shadows of fear, lies the power to ignite a revolution, a spark that could burn the world anew. A chill wind howled through the ruins, a ghostly chorus mingling with the echoes of forgotten voices. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced and curled like the memories of those who once walked here, Evocati, the elite soldiers of long-gone legions. I stood among the crumbling stones, heart pounding, the weight of history pressing down as if the very air were suffused with the remnants of passion and pain. Clara knelt beside a long-buried chest, fingers trembling as she brushed away the dirt, revealing a rusted sword, its edge still sharp, poised to slice through the fabric of time. "Look at this," she whispered, eyes glinting with a feverish light. It was more than a weapon, it was a relic of Valor, a piece of someone's soul trapped in metal, and it pulsed with the heartbeat of those who had wielded it. Her breath quickened, caught in the snare of discovery. She could almost hear the clash of swords, feel the thrill of battle coursing through her veins. But what haunted her was not just the glory, it was the silence that followed, the screams that faded into memory, like smoke dissipating in the night. "Clara! Be careful!" Jonah's voice cut through the air, tight with worry. He was her partner in this excavation, yet a chasm of doubt separated them. His brow furrowed as he peered over her shoulder, an unyielding knot of fear tightening in his chest. He had always been the cautious one, the man who measured his steps on the rickety scaffold of uncertainty. What if it's cursed? What if we're digging up more than just artifacts? Cursed? Clara shot back, a nervous laugh escaping her lips, though it felt more like a cry. "You think a sword can haunt us? Please, Jonah." But deep down, she felt it too, the oppressive weight of history, the ghosts of the Evocati whispering warnings just beneath the surface. Each day they unearthed remnants of a world that had come alive with blood, sweat, and dreams. But what lay beneath the surface? Could they really bring the past back to life without paying its price? I remember the first time Clara had stumbled upon bones, the remnants of a soldier long forgotten, lying in the embrace of the earth. The moment had struck her like lightning, illuminating everything she had ever wanted. It was not just the thrill of discovery that called to her, it was the yearning to connect with lives once vivid, now rendered mere shadows. They bathed once a year, she had joked, the macabre humor masking her awe. So yeah, romance was earthy. But behind that laugh was a sobering understanding, each fragment they found was a person, a story cut short. Now, as twilight wrapped the ruins in an eerie calm, Clara's fingers traced the sword's hilt, a delicate caress that sparked a flicker of rage within Jonah. "You're risking too much," he said, voice low, threatening to crack with emotion. "Can't you see? This is not a game." But it was never a game. Clara felt that too, the pulse of history thrumming in her veins like a dark melody. It was a dance, a dangerous waltz with shadows. "I'm not afraid of ghosts," she challenged, standing tall, though she could feel the ground shift beneath her, as if the very stones conspired to swallow her whole. "I'm afraid of forgetting." What did it mean to forget? To erase the pain and passion of those who had come before? The haunting question lingered as Jonah turned away, the distance between them growing, each step echoing the fracture of their bond. "You think this is all there is?" he fired back. "Digging up old bones? We're not historians, Clara. We're thieves of memory." A jagged silence settled between them, heavy with unspoken truths. Clara felt her heart race, torn between the intoxicating call of the past and the aching fear of losing Jonah. She had chased the ghosts of the Evocati, but what of the living? What of the man who stood before her, heart full of worries that twisted like the roots of the ancient trees around them? Jonah, but the words tangled in her throat, a knot of unexpressed desire and fear that threatened to choke her. She wanted him to understand, to grasp the depth of her obsession, the thrill of the hunt, but the shadows loomed larger, threatening to consume them both. A distant rumble of thunder broke the silence, a reminder of the storm brewing not just in the sky but in the hearts of those who dared to confront the past. Clara looked up, and for a moment, she saw them, the Evocati, spectral figures dressed in the glimmering armor of glory and tragedy, their eyes alight with stories begging to be told. She felt a surge of connection, a bond forged in the fires of battle and loss. "I remember," she began, her voice breaking as the memories swept her away. "I remember their sacrifices." Jonah's gaze softened, the anger ebbing away like the tide. "And I remember ours," he murmured, stepping closer, the shadows beginning to lift. "This isn't just about them, Clara. It's about us." As the wind howled again, it carried the echoes of their conflict, the unresolved tension hanging like a storm cloud above their heads. Clara's heart raced as she took a step forward, reaching for the sword that seemed to pulse with life. "Then help me remember," she pleaded, her voice a whisper woven with desperation. "Let's honor them, together." But even as she spoke, the darkness settled back in, wrapping around them like a shroud. The ruins whispered their secrets, and she could almost hear the laughter of the Evocati, their spirits swirling in the air, beckoning them to uncover the truth, while warning of the price that would come with it. And in that moment, as the shadows deepened and the sky darkened, Clara knew they were standing on the precipice of something monumental. Time stretched, the past and present converging in a single heartbeat, and they were caught in a web spun from the threads of history, love, and unrelenting fear. "Clara," Jonah began, but the words hung unspoken, heavy with the weight of the past, as they both stood, suspended in time. The ruins breathed around them, alive with the emotions of long-forgotten warriors, and the night crept closer, wrapping them in its embrace, the echoes of the Evocati still lingering, urging them to uncover what lay beneath the surface. The darkness whispered, promising secrets yet untold, and the sword gleamed, waiting to be wielded once more. The air crackles with tension, sharp as the bite of winter's chill. I stand amidst the echoes of history, the scent of gunpowder and sweat swirling in my lungs, each breath a reminder of what's at stake. Shadows loiter like ghosts, whispering tales of valor and despair. The ground beneath my boots is stained, not just with dirt, but with the weight of memories, of the Evocati, of men and women who once stood here, their hearts thundering like war drums, their faith unyielding. I remember Marcus. His laughter was an oddity in the trenches, a spark of light that momentarily chased the darkness. "We are the Evocati," he would roar, face smeared with dirt, but eyes alight with an intensity that could melt steel. The cadence of his words echoed, an incantation against fear. But now, in this moment of crisis, that laughter is a fading echo, swallowed by the howling wind that carries the weight of their legacy. Beside me, Lena grips her rifle, knuckles white, trembling in the frigid air. She's a warrior forged from loss, her heart a fractured shield. I see it in her eyes, the ghosts of comrades lost, their names etched in her soul, a haunting melody she cannot shake. If we strike first, she whispers, her voice thick with determination and the taste of regret, we honor them. We make their sacrifice worth it. But the cost is heavy, a price we may pay not just with blood, but with our very essence. A distant rumble reverberates through the earth, pulling me back to the moment, punctuating the silence like a heartbeat. We are the last stand, a remnant of a philosophy birthed from the ashes of centuries past. The Evocati were more than soldiers, they were a brotherhood, a sisterhood, a promise that we would never forget the sacrifices made in the name of duty. But what does that mean in a world where the ideals of honor and valor are often drowned in the cacophony of politics and power? Do you remember the stories? I asked Lena, desperate to tether us to something solid. How they fought for their families, for the very heart of Rome. Her gaze flickers, haunted yet fierce, and in that moment, I see the clash of her memories fighting for dominance. I remember, she breathes, the weight of it pressing down like a thick fog. I remember the night they stormed the gates, the glory and the blood, the screams that turned to silence. I swallow hard, knowing those shadows she conjures are not mere phantoms. They are the essence of our struggle, the ghosts of those who came before us, their sacrifices woven into the very fabric of our being. The Evocati, warriors who understood that the greatest battle wasn't fought with swords and shields, but with the heart, with the will to stand even when the world demanded we yield. The wind howls again, and the air crackles with an electric intensity that makes my skin prickle. I can feel it, this is more than just a fight. It's the legacy of the Evocati coursing through our veins, a fierce flame that refuses to die. I look at Marcus, at Lena, and I know we are not just fighting for ourselves. We are fighting for all those who dared to dream of a better world, who risked everything to carve out a space for hope amidst despair. Together, I say, the word a promise that binds us. We hold true to their memory. We fight not just for survival, but to honor the very essence of what they stood for. The moment stretches, taut as a bowstring, each heartbeat resonating in the charged air. I can barely breathe, the weight of expectation pressing down on us. We stand at the precipice, the abyss yawning wide before us, filled with uncertainty. But in that uncertainty lies the spark of possibility, the chance to rewrite the future, to reshape the narrative that has long been dictated by the powerful, the ruthless. Then let's show them who we are, Lena says, her voice a quiet storm of resolve. Let's remind the world that the legacy of the Evocati is not lost. We carry it forward, unbroken. I hear the distant rumble again, and this time it delivers a promise, a fierce call to arms. With a shared glance, we understand the weight of our choices. We are not mere soldiers, we are the embodiment of every Evocati who has ever stood against the tide, against the darkness. As we surge forward, adrenaline coursing through our veins like fire, I feel the very essence of the Evocati rising within us. The clash of steel, the cries of the fallen, the roar of our defiance, it all melds into a symphony of resilience that echoes through the ages, a relentless reminder that we are never alone. The shadows deepen around us, and yet the legacy of the Evocati remains a light, a beacon that guides us home, reminding us of the duty we embrace and the love we fight for. Time blurs as the battle unfolds, each moment a heartbeat a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who came before. We are the legacy, and the legacy is us. With every breath, we continue the fight. The past is a ghost, and the future a vast unknown, but we forge ahead, united in a bond that transcends time, fueled by the fierce desire to honor what has come before. And as the echoes of history reverberate through the night, I know this is just the beginning. This is the moment that carries us forward, unyieldingly, unapologetically. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and blood, a stench that clung like a lover's shadow to the ruins of a once mighty settlement. I remember the screams, piercing through the haze, rising above the clattering of armor and the shouts of orders. The battlefield was chaos incarnate, where men were reduced to mere flesh, and every heartbeat felt like a drum echoing the end of civilization. My heart raced, each thud a reminder that life hung by a thread, frayed and worn. I stood there, paralyzed, as shadows moved like phantoms, darting between the remnants of a home, a sanctuary turned grave. I remember the weight of the moment, the electric anticipation that crackled in the air like the final breath of a dying star. Lucius, once a proud Evocati, now knelt in the mud, his face a mask of anguish. He was supposed to lead us, to carry the torch of Roman culture into the night, but here he was, lost in a world of shadows, memories clawing at him. "What have we become?" he whispered, anguish twisting his lips into a grimace. The question hung heavy, like a stone in the pit of my stomach, and I felt the weight of it, the truth of it. We were supposed to be the bearers of civilization, the architects of cities, the spreaders of culture. Yet, all we did was sow death. Across the battlefield, I caught a glimpse of Cassia, her figure a stark contrast against the backdrop of ruin. She fought like a lioness, fierce and proud, her sword flashing like lightning. But it was her eyes I feared, the way they glinted with a rage so primal it threatened to consume her. I knew that rage, that unquenchable fire, it could either forge a new destiny or reduce everything to ash. I remember the way she looked at me, a mixture of desperation and determination. "Are you with me, or are you just going to stand there?" she yelled, her voice cutting through the cacophony. But what was with me? I felt like a ghost trapped in a memory, every movement a replay of the past. The specter of my own cowardice haunted me. I remember the first time I held a sword, the thrill of its weight, the promise of honor, and how it felt to have power. But now, what did it mean to wield that power? Each swing felt like a betrayal, each victory a hollow echo in the void of my soul. Then, like a snap of thunder, the calm before the storm shattered. An enemy surged from the shadows, a blur of steel and malice. Lucius sprang to his feet, the essence of a soldier reborn in that moment. I watched as he faced the oncoming threat, the embodiment of what we had been, the last vestige of the glory that once defined us. His battle cry split the air, raw and desperate, and for a heartbeat, I believed we might conquer the darkness together. But victory was an illusion, fading like mist at dawn. As the clash of metal rang out, I felt the ground tremble beneath me. The world spiraled into chaos, and I was caught in the eye of the storm, my body paralyzed with fear, while my mind screamed for action. I wanted to stand beside Lucius, to fight for the ideals we had sacrificed so much for. I wanted to feel Cassia's fire burn through my veins. But I was rooted in place, a spectator in my own life, frozen by the weight of my own indecision. The sky darkened, clouds swirling like a tempest, and time stretched, each second a lifetime. I watched as Lucius' shadow flickered, a candle in the wind. He fell, not in defeat but in sacrifice, pulling the enemy down with him, taking one last stand for glory, for Rome. My heart shattered. It felt as if the very essence of what we had fought for crumbled with him. I remembered the laughter we shared, the dreams of a world united under the aegis of Roman might. Cassia's scream pierced through the haze, raw and unfiltered, a sound so primal it made the earth tremble. In that moment, I saw her rage materialize, a force that could either destroy or rebuild. She charged into the fray, her spirit ignited, a comet streaking across a dark sky. But I felt the weight of inevitability pressing down, the knowledge that every glorious action had a cost. Every act of courage could lead to unending sorrow. With every clash of swords, I felt the pull of the past. Memories flooded back, whispered secrets of a world that had once thrived, cities bustling, laughter echoing through marble halls, lives woven together in the tapestry of culture. I remembered the moments between battles, the feasts where we toasted to victories yet to come. But those moments felt distant now, like echoes of a dream slipping through my fingers. My breath came in ragged gasps as I stumbled through the chaos. I felt the ghosts of our ancestors watching, their silent judgment heavy upon my shoulders. What would they think? I wondered, as the battlefield morphed into a symphony of despair, a cacophony of pain that enveloped us. In those heart-stopping moments, I understood that we were not just warriors, we were also storytellers, bearers of a legacy that transcended mere conquest. We were tasked with spreading the essence of Rome, its culture, its ideals, beyond the battlefield, into the hearts of those we touched. But how could we share what was left in ruins? And then, for a fleeting moment, everything stilled. Time caught its breath, and in that silence, I heard the whispers of the past, urging me to rise. I felt the warmth of the sun breaking through the clouds, illuminating the faces of my fallen comrades. I saw Lucius, his smile, his fervor, his unwavering spirit that would not fade into oblivion. Cassia's wild eyes found mine, and in that shared glance, an unspoken promise ignited. We would carry their legacy. We would rise from the ashes, not just as warriors but as guardians of a culture that deserved to flourish, even in the darkest of times. I took a step forward, my heart hammering in my chest like a war drum, and for the first time, I felt the weight lift. I was not just a coward in the shadows, I was part of something greater. The battlefield was no longer just a place of bloodshed, it was a canvas, a proving ground for resurrection. As I stepped into the fray beside Cassia, I could not help but feel we were more than just Evocati. We were the pulse of Rome, a heartbeat echoing in the chaos, a whisper of hope against despair. And as the clash of steel resumed, I knew this was not the end, it was merely a beginning. The air crackled, thick with the scent of gunpowder and sweat, a bitter reminder of lives lost in the shadows of the crumbling city. A luminous, blood-red sun hung low, casting long, jagged shadows that twisted across the cobblestones like the fingers of a ghost reaching out for warmth. I stood there, heart pounding, breath hitching in my throat, watching as the Evocati surged forward, a tide of determination and desperation. Their armor glinted ominously, and in their eyes burned the fire of ancestral fury. I remember the moment as if it was etched into my soul, a fragment of time that would haunt me long after the echoes of battle faded. Eli a veteran marked by the scars of countless skirmishes, stood at the forefront, his gaze fierce but tinged with an unsettling fragility, a tattoo of a raven sprawled across his forearm, a symbol of his past, a constant reminder of the weight he carried. I could see the way his hands trembled, not from fear but from the burden of expectation, of legacy. The Evocati were not merely soldiers, they were the ghosts of a bygone era, and as they charged, they pulled Eli into their haunting embrace. And beside him, Mara a strategist with a mind as sharp as the blade she wielded, watched with a heart full of conflict. The weight of her choices pressed down like a leaden cloak. I remember her eyes darting, calculating, filled with a mix of resolve and dread, each heartbeat a countdown to an uncertain future. The clash of metal rang out, a symphony of chaos, and I could almost see the threads of time weaving around us, pulling tighter with each passing moment. Eli, she shouted, voice cutting through the din, we can't hold them back forever. Her fear was palpable, a living, breathing thing that wrapped itself around my spine like a serpent. I could feel it in my bones, the truth looming like a specter. The Evocati had changed everything, their influence carving pathways in our future, shaping military structures with the weight of history's sins. I remember the whispers that danced around us, fragments of conversations that hinted at the past. They bathed once a year, I recalled someone saying, laughter mingling with the grim reality of their existence. So yeah, romance was earthy. Absurdity met tragedy in the most twisted of dances. The Evocati were an echo of that absurdity, a product of their time, and yet they were thrust into a future they never sought. The sound of boots crunching against shattered glass pulled me back into the moment. I could see Eli, standing defiant as the enemy closed in, shadows swallowing the light of hope. My heart raced. He was a man lost in the reverberations of his own past, fighting not just for survival, but for a chance at redemption. I remember, he murmured, words slipping from his lips like the fading daylight, when we fought for honor, not just for blood. Mara stepped forward, her voice steady, but I sensed the tremor beneath it. This isn't about glory anymore, Eli. It's survival. But in her eyes, I saw the flicker of something deeper, a longing for a connection that transcended the battlefield, a search for meaning in the chaos. She was torn, caught between duty and desire, a survivor navigating the wreckage of shattered ideals. The enemy charged, a wave of darkness rolling toward us, and I felt the panic rise like bile in my throat. I wanted to scream, to tell them to run, to save themselves, but the air was thick with tension, a palpable force that held us all in place. The world narrowed to a single point, each heartbeat felt like a drum, echoing through the chaos and into the abyss. Each clash of swords was a heartbeat in the symphony of war, a visceral reminder of mortality, of the fleeting nature of existence. I remember the way Mara's face hardened, the moment the first drop of blood fell, splattering against the stones, a sacrificial offering to the gods of conflict. I could see her mind racing, calculating, while the chaos swallowed Eli whole. the Evocati's cry rising like a tempest. And yet, even amidst the turmoil, there was a strange beauty, a twisted grace in their movement. They fought not just for themselves but for the ghosts of those who had come before, their ancestors whispering in the wind, urging them on. I could feel the weight of history pressing down on us, a legacy that refused to be silenced. Fight! Eli roared, voice a thunderclap amidst the storm. Fight like the Evocati of old. Honor the past. But as the clash of steel rang out, I could see the cracks in his resolve, the flickers of doubt that marred his fierce facade. This was not the glorious battle he had imagined, but a frantic struggle for survival, a collision of dreams and nightmares. I remember the moment the tide turned, the flash of steel cutting through the air, and Mara lunging forward, fierce as a lioness. I held my breath as she struck, a warrior with the weight of the world on her shoulders, fighting not only for her life but for a future that felt as fragile as glass. In the chaos, in the heart of the storm, I could sense the shift, the Evocati tearing through the fabric of our reality, reshaping the very essence of what it meant to fight. Their influence would echo in the chambers of power, in the souls of those left standing when the dust settled. But for now, as I stood amidst the chaos, heart racing, emotion swirling like a maelstrom, I knew this was just the beginning. No conclusions, no resolutions, just the raw, unyielding force of emotion, a tapestry woven from the threads of fear and hope, despair and courage. And as the battle raged on, the future loomed ahead, dark and uncertain, waiting to be written by the hands of those brave enough to grasp the quill. The air crackled with tension, each heartbeat drumming in time to the distant rumble of thunder, a storm brewing over the horizon. I remember the rain, thick and oppressive, falling like daggers on the worn cobblestones, each drop a reminder of the chaos unfolding around us. Shadows danced under the flickering torches, revealing faces etched with fear and resolve, each one a mirror of my own turmoil. In that moment, as the clouds unleashed their fury, I felt the weight of leadership pressing down on me like an iron shackle. Cassandra stood beside me, her green eyes flickering with a fierce determination that belied her trembling hands. I remember the way she clenched her fists, the knuckles white as if holding on to some distant dream of victory. We were surrounded, the air thick with the scent of sweat and uncertainty, the whispers of our comrades swirling around us like ghosts. "We can't back down," she hissed, her voice barely rising above the storm. "Not now. Not ever." I watched her, that fierce spirit shining through the veil of despair, and I felt a flicker of hope ignite within me. But then there was Marcus, his face pale under the sheen of rain, eyes wide with an unspoken fear. He had always been the one to keep us grounded, the voice of reason amid the chaos. "We're outnumbered," he muttered, his voice a low tremor, "and every life lost tonight will haunt us forever." I could see the ghosts of past battles in his eyes, each loss a weight pressing down on his shoulders, and I knew the burden of leadership was breaking him. The resilience he once wore like armor was now fraying, threads unraveling with every heartbeat. I remember the moment when the first scream pierced the air, raw, visceral, a sound that clawed at the very fabric of our souls. Cassandra's resolve wavered, her grip on my arm tightening as she turned to me, the storm outside a mere echo of the tempest inside her heart. "What do we do?" she begged, desperation creeping into her voice, the weight of the world resting upon us. "Stand firm," I whispered, though my own heart raced with uncertainty. "This is our moment." But was it really? I felt the eyes of our comrades upon me, each gaze a silent plea, each heart beating in unison with mine. I took a breath, tasting the rain mixed with the salt of my own fear, and spoke, my voice trembling with an intensity that surprised even me. "We fight for each other. We fight for those who cannot." With each word, I could feel the atmosphere shift. Cassandra straightened, and for a brief moment, I saw the flame of hope flicker back to life in her eyes. "Together, then," she said, and I could hear the resolve return, stronger, bolder. My heart swelled with pride and terror, the two entwined like vines around my soul. Then, as if on cue, the first of our adversaries crashed into our lines, a wave of chaos that threatened to drown us. I remember the clash of steel, the visceral thud of bodies hitting the ground, the cries of comrades echoing like a melody of despair. Each moment stretched into eternity, the world around me morphing into a fevered dream of violence and fear. But in the midst of that chaos, a strange calm washed over me. I could see Cassandra moving like a force of nature, her sword a blur of silver, cutting through the darkness with a ferocity that left even the strongest foes reeling. I remember her laughter, a mad, wild sound that rose above the clamor, piercing through the veil of death. "This is what we were born for," she cried, and for a moment, it felt like we were invincible, warriors in a dance as old as time. But then there was Marcus, standing his ground, his face a mask of terror and determination. I could see the way his hands trembled as he swung his sword, the clash ringing in my ears like a funeral bell. "We can't keep this up," he shouted, desperation spilling over. "We're losing ourselves in the fight." I could see the ghosts of his past in every swing, every blow he landed more a plea than an attack. I remember reaching for him, my hand brushing against his, a silent promise that we would not lose him to the darkness. "Remember who we are," I urged, my voice barely audible over the cacophony. "We are not just fighters, we are leaders. We carry the weight of every soul who has stood beside us." But the storm raged on, the tide of battle shifting like the winds outside, relentless and unforgiving. I could feel the ground beneath us shake, the echoes of our resolve reverberating through the chaos. I remember the moment when our eyes met, the three of us, bound by fear, hope, and an unshakable bond. It was then that I understood, this fight was not just for our lives, it was for the very essence of who we were. And as the skies opened up, pouring their wrath upon us, I felt an overwhelming surge of defiance coursing through my veins. We would not be broken. We would rise from the ashes of this chaos, hearts ablaze, spirits unyielding. "Together!" I shouted, each word a rallying cry that echoed through the darkness, igniting the fire within every soldier around us. As the winds howled and the rain beat down like a relentless drum, I knew this moment would haunt us, mold us, shape us in ways we couldn't yet understand. Leadership was not just about wielding a sword, it was about embracing the fragility of life, the dance of resilience against the storm. I remember the weight of that lesson, heavy in the air, binding us closer together. And then, just as suddenly, the tide began to shift. The storm outside seemed to reflect the turmoil within, each drop of rain a fierce reminder that we were alive, that we were here, in this moment, together. The battle would continue, the echoes of our struggle only just beginning. But I felt a spark of something more, a promise that this fight would teach us, change us, and forever entwine our fates, even as the shadows loomed large. In that cacophony of chaos and courage, I realized, this was only the beginning. The lessons from our struggle would resonate through time, shaping us into something greater than ourselves. And as we fought on against the storm, the air electric with determination, I knew we would not fade into the night. We would emerge from the shadows stronger, forever marked by the lessons of the Evocati, of leadership and resilience, echoing in the heartbeats of the brave. The clock strikes midnight, the air thick with foreboding, and I stand there, a ghost among shadows, adrenaline coursing through my veins like fire. The streets are empty, as if the entire city holds its breath, waiting for something inevitable. I remember the moment I first heard of the Evocati, a name that slipped through the cracks of history, a whisper that danced on the lips of scholars and dreamers alike. They existed in a time when valor and despair tangled like lovers in a darkened alley. Silas, a man of few words, stands beside me. His eyes, haunted by the weight of memories he cannot shake, flicker with that spark of rebellion. Somewhere in his heart, he harbors a rage, a longing for recognition that pulls at the seams of his soul. He was once a chosen one, a soldier of fortune, with tales of glory that have now faded into shadows. Silas grits his teeth, the muscles beneath his skin taut, ready to snap. "They don't remember," he whispers, voice low, almost a growl. "But I do." I remember the day he found that ancient tome, leather-bound and dust-laden, teetering on the brink of oblivion. The Evocati, it spoke, were the last bastion against tyranny, their spirits forged in the fires of battle and buried in the ashes of time. And just like that, Silas ignited with a feverish passion, a flame that flickered but never extinguished. They mattered, he insisted, fierce enough to make the air crackle with his fervor. They still do. But why? Why do we cling to these phantoms when our own lives are so rife with chaos? The wind howls, a mournful cry, and my heart beats in rhythm with the storm. In the distance, there's a flicker of movement. Lena. I feel her before I see her, a tempest of emotions wrapped in one fragile figure. She is a scholar, drowning under the weight of her own expectations, and the ghosts of the past whisper sweetly in her ear. I don't want to be like them, she says, her voice trembling, a leaf caught in the wind. But I am. Her struggle pulls at me. I can see it in her eyes, the deep-set worry, the longing for validation. Every book she opens, every dusty library she haunts, brings her closer to the truth of the Evocati, those forgotten warriors who fought for something greater than themselves. But what good is history if it doesn't shape who we are? I wonder if she knows that sometimes, history isn't just a record, it's a mirror reflecting our deepest fears. We are all echoes of the past, I murmur, the words slipping from my lips like forgotten secrets. As we stand together, time becomes a cruel spectre, stretching and distorting. I remember the stories of the Evocati, how they walked through fire and brimstone, and how they fell, one by one, like stars extinguished in the black. Beneath the weight of their legacy, Silas and Lena both bear their own burdens. Silas, the forgotten soldier, aches for a time when he too was a hero. Lena, the always trying scholar, grapples with the fear that her efforts won't lead to anything of worth. The tension builds, a taut string ready to snap. Why do they matter? I ask, the question hanging heavy in the air. They were warriors, yes, but they were also flawed, imperfect reflections of humanity. I remember the night Silas spoke of betrayal, of comrades falling to the blade of another, and Lena's hand gripping mine so tightly it felt like an anchor. They matter because they remind us, Lena says, her voice breaking like glass, that we are not alone in our struggles. They fought, and they fell, but they never disappeared. They linger, like ghosts in the corners of our minds. The shadows deepen, the night swallowing us whole. Silas's breath quickens, a storm brewing in his chest. Their ghosts are restless, he growls, and they demand to be remembered. I can feel his anger, a raw and potent force, simmering just beneath the surface. I remember my own heart racing at the thought, what does it mean to be remembered? To matter? The Evocati may have faded, but their stories linger, vibrant and alive, demanding to be told, to be felt. The wind shifts, and with it comes a cacophony of voices, echoes of the past entwined with our present. They beckon, whispering secrets, reminding us of our own struggles. Silas clenches his fists, his body a taut wire ready to snap. We are all haunted by our own ghosts, he says, the intensity in his voice electrifying. But these ghosts, they fight for us, even now. Lena's expression changes, a flicker of understanding crossing her features. They fight for the stories we tell, she breathes, as if the weight of revelation pulls her down. We carry their legacy within us, whether we want to or not. Outside, the night is alive, an orchestra of shadows and whispers, a backdrop to our fragile truths. The city breathes around us, its heartbeat echoing in the silence. The Evocati, they matter today, not just as relics of history, but as symbols of our own battles. Silas turns to me, his gaze fierce, those eyes aflame with purpose. If we forget them, we forget ourselves. I feel the weight of his words, heavy and unyielding, embedding themselves into my very soul. The tension crackles, each breath a reminder of the fragile balance between remembering and forgetting. I remember, oh, how I remember the stories we tell. They are stitched into the fabric of our beings, threads that connect us across centuries, across pain and joy. I remember how the Evocati stood against the storm, their shadows cast long, their legacies echoing in the recesses of our minds, inciting a need to fight our own battles. And as the clock ticks on, with each pulse of the universe, I know this is not an end. It is merely a continuation, a thread that weaves through time, binding us to those who came before. The ghosts linger, and we are not alone.